Welcome in, everybody. This is episode 1 of Exploits of the Golden Shadows. I'm your gracious dungeon master, Timbo the Wizard. My pronouns are he, him. You're catching me live at twitch.tv/Timbo the Wizard, where we do all kinds of a variety of stuff, including this fantastic show. But enough about me. Let's go around the table so that way we can talk about my fantastic cast members. Domino, why don't you take it first?
Hi, I am Domino RPG. You can catch me streaming at times at twitch.tv/Domino RPG, or you can just catch me making a fool of myself at twitter.com/Domino RPG.
Perfect. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your character?
I play Cera Stormhollow. She is a warlock with a hidden past.
Excellent. Very enigmatic. I love it. Perfect. And Galaxy, why don't you take it away?
Oh, cool. So hi, I'm Galaxiebot and or just Galaxy. You can find me primarily on TikTok and YouTube at Galaxiebot or at just Galaxy on TikTok and YouTube, respectively. Yeah, Galaxy is always spelled with an IE though, despite what my captions say. So, yeah. And I'm gonna be playing. I'm gonna be playing Melu tonight, a Drow cleric.
Excellent. And what are your pronouns?
My pronouns are they, them. So are Melu's. Made it nice and easy.
Perfect. And Dom, what are your pronouns?
My pronouns are he, they, and Sarah's are she, they.
Fantastic. Excellent. And next, Raichkyu, why don't you go?
Hello, I am Raichkyu. My pronouns are she, her. I stream at twitch.tv/Raichkyu. You can find me posting nonsense at twitter.com/Raichkyu. I play Ellida, who is an Aasimar, and she's a wild magic sorcerer Aasimar, on the run from something you probably will find out about very soon. And she's very, very goofy, magically clumsy, and yeah, that's her. And her pronouns are she, her, also.
Hey.
Fantastic. Excellent. And last but certainly not least, Mystrich.
I am Mystrich. I stream over on my own channel. You can find me pretty much everywhere as Mystrich, Mystrich, because I know these captions are not going to get it. Tonight I'll be playing Brennard Cannith, a hobgoblin adopted into the Cannith family, and he's got a big-ass cannon.
Fantastic. Excellent. Alrighty. Does everything sound good now, everybody? Am I coming through a little bit better, or is it still a little futzy?
You sound better, but there's still a little bit of crackle.
Okay. Let me see. Maybe I might be able to I might just take the quality down just a little bit on the thing, just so that way, hopefully, it'll help buffer it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, hopefully that'll just work. Hopefully it'll just be perfect now, and and everything will be great, and it'll just work for the rest of the night.
Because as we all know, that's exactly how technology works.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially when you're streaming. It works the most when you're streaming, I find. Alrighty, so our story. Do we want to maybe do like a little brief recap of what happened in the session 0, or do we want to should we just dive on into the into the meat and potatoes? What are y'all thinking?
Meat and potatoes.
Let's just go.
Meat and potatoes.
Yeah, and if you want to know what happened in our session 0, we have it as a lovely podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent point. You took the words right out of my mouth, Mystrich. Excellent point. Yeah, if you want to find out what happened in that session 0, go give it a listen. It's great content. So our session starts with the group traveling. You had the group, the party, the Golden Shadows. Y'all are based out of Sharn for the most part, and that is where your primary base of operations is. And your shall we say spy master, your ringleader, as you know her as Zed, the Sphinx, they have sent you out on a quest out in the direction of the Mourning. It's not the you don't the information that you've been given as to why you've been sent out is middling at best. The most that Zed had told y'all was that there was a message that had been intercepted, a secret communication that other members of the Golden Shadows they had managed to intercept and had been decoded. And as y'all and y'all aren't really involved in that level of the organization. Y'all aren't really on the espionage side of things. Y'all are really more along on the side of if there's an issue or a problem or something to be solved. That is usually when y'all are put on the table, shall we say, put into play. And as y'all are and y'all have been sent off with this missive, a fragment of this decoded message that describes that there is of some form of facility that has been that was lost during the Mourning, and it has recently been found, and as well as something as simple as a timestamp on the message, 6 o'clock. And so with this information, Zed has tasked y'all off to the city of Vatharon, which is right on the edge of the Mourning. We'll go ahead and let me go ahead and show y'all directly. It's just like a little tiny town just on the edge of where the Mourning is, and y'all have been tasked with heading on over in that direction and meeting up with an individual, a new individual, a member of the Golden Shadows. I believe y'all would have rode the lightning rail to get to this point. It's right over here. Hold on, I think I can drag the camera. Should work like that. But it's just to the edge of Breland in the Mournland, and y'all meet up with this individual just right on the edge. Vatharon is a little bit of a political quagmire, and this individual you've been tasked with meeting them on the outskirts of the town to avoid any potential run-ins with any unsavory individuals. But you meet up with them, and they introduce themselves as Talon, and it's a diminutive halfling who's just absolutely just ripped, like Mr. Universe style, like Arnold ripped. He's just like absolutely like jacked, and he rides on a Velociraptor whose name is Fang. And when you approach him, he makes himself known to you as your guide. Let's just jump into that scene. So y'all are meeting Talon for the first time on the outskirts of town. I'll just open the floor.
So we are already meeting this very buff little man.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Y'all have gotten off the lightning rail and have met at the rendezvous point at the ascribed time.
Ellida
Okay.
is waving at the Velociraptor, just like kind of like a little wave, like hi.
Oh yeah, you notice Fang. He's like an absolutely beautiful specimen. You can tell that he is very clearly like well kept and well maintained. His little feathers are very well preened. He's got like one fang is like slightly longer than the other, and you can see that the longer fang is like tipped with metal.
Ooh. Oh my goodness.
No, you can't pet it.
Oh, why?
It might eat your hand. I'm not sure.
You can pet him, but normally he likes a little treat first, a little morsel. Normally, so that way he's not so interested in those digits.
Oh, what does he like?
But he'll go for anything. Any morsel, any little victual. He's not very picky. I'm sorry, y'all are I see that that y'all are, and he'll like tap his golden shadows pin emblem on like that's affixed to like his like when I assume he's wearing overalls, and so it's like he's like shirtless but got the overalls on, and it's like affixed to like the strap of his overalls. You can see the golden shadows pin.
Yes, yes, we are.
Yes. Yes. Yes, we are.
Thank you, Melu.
I mean, y'all are some brave souls. It's not a lot of people you get volunteering to go into the morning.
Well, it's part of the job.
Volunteering, not voluntold. Definitely. Yeah. Volunteer.
It's a living.
He'll look you all over. He'll look you all over, and he'll especially like he'll look at Raichkyu, who is I think just like absolutely loving on Fang, and I think Fang is also maybe loving the attention a little bit.
Yes, yeah,
And,
she definitely dug in her bag to give him like a piece of bread or something, like whatever she has in there.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and Fang's loving it. He'll eat basically anything that you put in front of him, and he'll do so happily as well. But Talon will go. I mean, I haven't heard much about the job, but some kind of recovery. I basically have just been tasked to get you there and to make sure you don't lose your way in the fog.
You'll be going with us?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's cool. We got another person then.
And Velociraptor.
His name Melu. His name is Fang.
I'm sorry, and Fang.
Fang will do like that, like chittering thing that, like, I mean, not. I mean, the dinosaurs do, right? Like with they're like, it's kind of like a purr except more reptilian.
Yes.
All right. Talon will go. Well, guess we're burning daylight. I'd like to spend as little time as possible out in that hell zone. So if we could, luckily the place that we're going is right on the edge, so you don't got to worry. We don't got to risk too much exposure to that.
How many times have you gone in there?
I try not to think about it. It's too many, and he looks like, despite like his strength, you see him like a little pale, a little gaunt in the eyes, and you feel like you get the sense that's like a lesser individual would not have been able to take the trek as many times.
Oof.
Is there anything we should know before we go in there about the moorlands?
So, as general information, because all of y'all would be fairly aware of what the Mourning is. So the Mourning is the scar, the blight on the land of what happened to the country of Cera, which was one of the countries that was caught up in the civil war that had occurred. And on the day of the Mourning, something happened, and the entire continent was wiped off the map. A fog cloud just billowed out from, I think it was the capital, and just covered the entire country, but it stopped right at the border, and like it was basically the apocalypse happened. A magical kind of apocalypse happened, but nobody knows what caused it, and everybody knows that inside the Mourning things are warped and twisted, and things have mutated magically, and things are weird and odd. So that would be general information that you would know. Talon, on the other hand, he will say, "We're going as a party into the fog, so make sure you stay together, stay with each other. Don't wander off. That's when it begins." And he'll kind of just trail off. He won't finish his sentence, his thought.
That's when what begins exactly?
Yes, as well.
It's when the end begins, and he'll grow silent once more.
No
Okay,
information about potential monsters? or anything in particular we should look out for?
Yeah, I've got to admit, the most I've really heard sounds more like urban legends and things. It's kind of. I mean, how bad is it actually?
Oh goodness.
It's tricky. Some places it's subtle, right? You couldn't tell that some traumatic thing has happened, but you can just feel it. Like it's almost like some places have been locked in time, untouched. But then you look in a mirror or a reflection, and you see the dead behind you. Uh, Other times it's obvious. The buildings have melted to the ground or warped in impossible ways. The creatures there also defy expectation and even sometimes reason. Creatures warped with beyond comprehension. He'll kind of start stammering, and then he'll catch himself, and he'll say, "It's a place where your expectations can be subverted at every corner. It's one of those plan for every eventuality, and then you get the one eventuality you didn't plan for." Do you know what I mean?
Uh, sure. And Brennard just kind of trails off like this is way too over his head deep. And he's gonna kind of fall back a few steps and kind of look at the other three as he's like, "Have any of you three been in there, like into the Born Land?"
No.
I can't say I've ever had the distinct pleasure. However, I've heard similar tales such as his in my travels.
But we saw skeletons walking around in Drome last time we were there. The dead aren't that scary.
These aren't your normal dead, Town will say. These are
Super
sometimes
dead.
sometimes you see things there that are there one time and other times the next. Sometimes I swear things change in that fog, but sometimes you meet things that aren't dead but wish that they were and can't.
That actually sounds upsetting and sad.
It sounds like you've had quite the few experiences in the
You all
fog.
get the sense that Talon is maybe losing it a little bit. Like you definitely get the sense that he maybe is not like unhinged or anything like that, but you definitely get the sense that like he's definitely suffering from some form of trauma, whether it's been from one specific experience in the fog or multiple repeated going ins. Either way, you get the sense that is fucked up in there and he's having a bad time.
Are you sure you're going to be okay?
I'll be fine. I've got Fang with me. And he'll pet Fang. And Fang will do like the head cozy thing that cats will do, but he'll do it as a raptor, so it's even cuter.
Oh. Uh, for a moment, Ellida has like a very worried, troubled look on her face, but then she just clears her throat. Like, well, we can do this, guys. We've been a lot of places. We've seen a lot. We can handle this.
Be any worse than anything else we've done.
Well, it could, but we can handle it.
I'm trying to be helpful, Ellida.
Oh, you are. You are helpful, Melu.
Trying to be reassuring.
Anyway.
Um, And I
Let's-
think with that, knowing that your time is a little bit pressing, that you under pressure, that you've got your time is pressing, you because of this intercepted message, and you don't know who it was necessarily going in between, but they also have their sights on this place. Y'all head off off towards the edge. You are as you like even from the distance that y'all are at, meeting Talon and Fang at the edge of the Mourning in Vathlorond. even at this distance, you can see the Mourning and you can see the fog wall extending up into the sky. It's not small; it is massive. It is all encompassing. It goes like almost as far as you can see out to the horizon along the edge of this border. And as y'all are traveling and getting closer to it, it just like rises up. It rises up like a skyscraper, and it's incredibly tall and ominous. And as y'all are walking towards it, I think you all see different things in the fog, right? I think that like for example, Domino, you see somebody from each of the houses that you had originally hailed from in a position of power, right? You see their like faces kind of manifesting a little bit in the fog at different points. It's like and you're it just and this happens to all of you, right? You each see individuals in the fog that you care about, like or cared about once. So like Domino, it's or Cera, it's your former mentors or masters from the various guilds that you were a part of. Raichkyu, I think it's what was the name of that individual? I believe it was Galaxiebot. You see like his face and maybe the face of Brother Bobby in the fog.
Bobby.
Brennard, you see the face of the female face of your mentor, your artificer master, as well as I think your mother and your father. And Melu, you see the face of your two halfling adoptive parents, but you also see in the fog a mysterious face as well, one that you don't recognize. It's androgynous. It doesn't appear to have like a specific gender, but it also has like it's just for a brief moment, but you feel like it too has antlers, but these antlers are not like yours. Your antlers are a little bit smaller, while these antlers are like majestic. They're huge and like a full like king of the forest style rack of antlers. But it's just for a brief second, and y'all are getting like these little snippets as y'all are just like making your way up towards this fog wall until y'all are at the edge, and it goes up into the sky, and you can't even see the top anymore, and it's just all encompassing. And y'all are there.
Okay, and let me get this straight. We're meant to go in there.
Well, I think that's what we're supposed to do.
Just for funsies, do we feel like maybe I should do Eyes of the Grave now or once we're inside?
Is that a buff table?
There's a buff table.
You know, I'm not sure.
I'll wait for now. Anyway,
Should
carry
we
on.
like hold hands going through the fog or something so we don't get lost, or
Maybe tie ourselves together.
Talon will nod and pull a length of rope, begin to pull length of ropes from his bag and begin to affix everybody together.
Oh well, I guess that answers that question.
Well, we're not going to get lost now.
Y'all have about 10 feet of space between each of y'all.
Great, we're a
Okay.
chain gang.
Like when they take preschoolers like out on field trips and they all have that little rope that they have to hold on to.
Yeah,
No,
just like that.
It's more like when they take prisoners out.
Alrighty, so Talon ties all of y'all together, and he walks up to the edge of the Mourning, and he goes, "You will be tempted to hold your breath, but I recommend not." And he steps through.
I mean,
I'm starting to think that maybe seasickness was going to be a lot better than this is.
same.
You're like, and then you get tugged into the Mourning. the rope pulls down and it pulls you in.
Sarah's just like, I don't think I get paid enough for this.
Certain we don't get
And
paid
then
enough
Sarah
for
gets
this.
pulled in. And then Malou gets pulled in.
Oh gosh.
And then Raichkyu's left. And then Raichkyu's folded. Oh man, that's good. Alrighty. The fog is thick and heavy. You cannot see more than maybe at most 30 feet away from you. Mist, is the sound coming through? Can y'all hear the ambiances?
I can through Discord at least.
Oh,
I'm not hearing it, but let me boost you up a little.
Yeah, try. I've got it coming through the Discord.
I don't hear it.
Wait,
Oh,
I hear
yeah.
it though.
I hear it.
What? That's weird. How can you
Is it-
hear it and I don't?
It's coming through
Uh,
at 20.
are
Oh, wait,
watching
you
the
have a stream open. Okay, I did not have that opened up.
Oh yeah. There you go.
There we go.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, so y'all push into the morning. It is thick and heavy and oppressive. The feeling of walking into this place, into this fog, you almost feel it like zapping the strength from you. Did anybody try to hold their breath while they walked in?
No, I'm definitely
No.
following the advice.
No.
Yeah, same.
Same. Sarah's just like, fine.
Okay.
If it's my time, it's my time.
This is the end. It's the end.
Stepping in, you take this deep lungful of this thick air, and it just feels off. There's something about it. It's something about it. It feels. Have you ever seen like a photograph or something, and just something about it is it doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense with the rest of it, and it gives the entire photograph a very bizarre, surreal feeling because of that. That's what it's like walking through this fog. It's like it looks like normal fog, and it feels kind of like normal fog, but it's instilling an oppressive sense inside of you, and you feel pushed down upon by this heavy fog. And as y'all start to walk in 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, you come into a small, what looks like it may have once been a forest or some kind of place with foliage in it, but whatever plants or were growing here before the morning occurred, you can't tell what they are because they've just been converted to what looks like bone. It looks like almost like hard calcium deposits have completely changed what this forest had been at one point. And like as you were walking through, you're getting very creepy and eerie silhouettes from these bone trees as you're progressing. You're walking for about an hour or so. Talon informs y'all that the place that y'all are heading at is about 3 or so hours out of into the morning. You're traveling for about 2 hours when out from one of the you're still in this bony forest, and out from one of the what looks like a fallen over tree, you hear what sounds like a mewling sound, like a cat.
Do you guys hear that?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Is that meowing?
Sounds like a cat.
Do you see anything?
Ellida starts to look around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
Sarah's keeping her eyes peeled, but also she's wary of anything in this fog right now.
Sure. Yeah, everybody who's taking a look around, go ahead and give me perception checks. While y'all are doing so, Talon is like continuing to walk ahead, and he's going there are things in these fogs that'll try to trick you. And he'll grumble a little bit to himself, but he won't say anything further.
18.
18.
Damn.
Also, I just want to double check. All 4 of us have dark vision, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Wait, actually, am I at disadvantage for perception checks right now? Because of sunlight sensitivity?
Okay. I would say. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you about that because I would say that you can just you can remove sunlight sensitivity because as somebody who has grown up on the surface, you have adapted.
Cool.
Like you adapted long ago.
Love that.
Even
Love
then,
that.
the
Yeah,
Mournland also has the fog like above too,
Right.
so like it's definitely like
Dark
minimal
in
light
here.
in here.
Cool.
Y'all are basically
Awesome.
in like
18.
Silent Hill right now. Yeah. So an 18 on that perception check. Following your ears, even with the amount of slack on the rope, you find that in like a fallen over hollow of a tree, you find like leaning down, you see a couple of golden cat eyes peering out at you, just little baby cat eyes.
Okay. I'll kind of look at the group and be like, "There's a cat.
Ignore it.
Are you sure?"
Ellida looks
Yes.
very
Why would we trust the cat that's inside the foggy hell?
Just a cat.
Well, maybe it's you know, it's just stuck in
Or it
alone.
could be a
and-
beholder parading as a cat.
I hadn't considered that.
And
The
that's
cat
why I'm here.
Melu will. I feel like Melu looks back into like the fallen over stump, and the cat just looks back up at Melu with like big kitten eyes.
Melu is gonna edit, that little.
Yeah, so you put your
Maybe.
you put your hand forward to touch it, and you reach into the stump. The cat moves away from you slightly, and then it like comes up to your hand, and lets you pet it. You're able to get a little bit of a better look at the cat, and you find that it is like jet black, and to the touch, it's almost like a little slick, like it. Not slippery per se, but definitely doesn't feel just like normal cat hair.
All right, who put activator on the cat?
I'm gonna take out some kind of vague meat food that I have on me. Just drop it for it. Not gonna feed it to it. Not gonna risk that. Just gonna drop the food in front of it.
Yeah, the cat will come forward, and it will begin to eat the food, the proffered food, the vague meat.
The meat? Question mark?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the group and be like, "It's a cat?" Question mark?
Yeah, it's you know, it's all alone, and it was just in here, and you know, it doesn't. What if it had like, you know, like a family or something, and then all of a sudden this fog happened, and now it's been stuck here.
Well, that sucks to suck. That's not our problem.
All right.
We have a mission.
You're right. All right. Okay. I mean, I fed it, so I feel a little bit better about it, and we know it's not gonna just, come after us. It's not a monster that's gonna pop out once we're past it.
If it
hopefully.
does, maybe it'll say thank you for giving it some food.
Yeah. Hopefully.
I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
think
you know.
the cats can talk. I don't think they can. Can they?
You
I
don't
mean,
know.
of course they can. They just speak their own language.
Touche.
Anyway, let's keep moving. You there, pretty little kitty. Thank you so much for being adorable. However, we have to go.
Melu will get back in line. with the rest of the group.
Perfect. Excellent. So the party continues to wander off. The cat eats the meal. And as y'all are walking, you see it look up at y'all in one last moment before it you like disappear into the fog.
Oh.
My cat.
You continue walking for another hour and a half or so. When you make it to the outskirts of the town.
In here.
Well, there you
Elida's still thinking about the
go.
cat.
Everybody.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
Are we
Ah,
on this map
yes.
somewhere?
Yes, y'all are in the top left corner. I'm trying to drag y'all over.
Ah, there we
Okay,
are.
great.
Hey, look, at us.
see it still.
Yeah, mine's still black.
Oh, hold up.
Scroll
I'm
over.
I'm zoomed out and I can see everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
That's-
maybe I don't have it set to vision. It should have had. I did this the other day. It should have worked.
That's
I don't
crazy
have
because
vision.
I see just fine.
Oh, wait, hold on. Here we go.
Maybe I should refresh.
Do their tokens have vision though?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
the
that.
tokens have vision. Oh, is anybody using a torch, by the way?
No, that's why I was
No.
double checking if we all had dark vision.
Yeah, we've all got dark vision. We just be walking around in the dark.
Do we have control of our tokens?
You should. Hold on. Oh,
I don't even
that's
think-
the issue. There we go.
I got control of mine.
Give me 1 second.
That might be why you can see.
Yeah, give me 1 second. That is definitely the issue. Do-do-do. There we go.
There we go.
What do we like? And Raichkyu needs it too. Ellida.
Aw, yeah, there I am.
Perfect. All right, great. All right, great. And there's Talon leading the pack, riding the dinosaur. Excellent. Okay, so yes, so y'all come into the town. The fog is again just as pervasive here as it has been for the rest of the trek here. And as y'all begin to wander in, the town itself is in a heavily deteriorated and ruined state. On the outskirts, walking in, you can just see like the buildings have completely fallen apart. They're in rubble and disarray on the ground. And as you begin to progress further in, when y'all reach about this point, y'all can feel free to push in further. As y'all reach about this point, you begin to see there is some strange overgrowth on the ground. Talon, he is using a torch, and with the torchlight, you're able to see it looks almost like fleshy growths have like just started to grow over the foundation of the landscape, up the walls and stuff, and it's seemingly like coiled into piles in corners and on walls and stuff. And as your like torchlight like catches on some of these, you're able to make out individual shapes in it, humanoid faces and arms, like amalgamated together and twisted as y'all are taking in these shapes. Talon will continue to lead you further into the town. However, he will take you all the way over this way.
So we're just not going to discuss the meat trees.
Yeah.
Is it like this everywhere here?
Talon will say this is one of the few places I found that's like this, but there are a couple.
There's just faces in the trees.
Sometimes there are
Coming through
multiple.
here.
It's best not to dwell.
Are they real? Are they real?
They are, and they
Do they
used to
ever talk?
be. Sometimes they used to be like us before the Mourning.
Well,
He'll kind of fall silent at that. And as y'all are progressing in further and further into the town, the amount of growth has just skyrocketed. You're literally stepping on flesh at every moment. It's crawled up over the walls. There are large spots of flesh on the ground that you could see, like over here, and in the building. And at this point, as you get to about here, y'all see that this is a very large clock tower style building, almost reminiscent a little bit of the Golden Shadows secret entrance base. And Talon will go, this is where I was told to bring y'all to this clock tower. They said my handler told me that y'all would have some information to get in. I don't know, but I would like to be done with this place as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm feeling seasick, and we're not even on a boat this time.
Cera is going to approach the gate of this clock tower. Well, she's going to approach the entrance if it's anything like their clock tower. Which
Yeah, so
means they
you
should
come
be
over to
greeted
the
with a riddle, correct?
so you come into the so I apologize. We had established in a previous thing that the entrance to the Golden Shadows, I believe it was time based, right? That it opened at a specific time of day, and that
Right.
right. And that was also mentioned in the missive that had been intercepted, that there had been a location and a time of day that had been attached as well.
Oh, it's 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
About what time of day is it now?
It's hard to
you
tell
can't
in
tell.
here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Somebody might have a timepiece though. But either way, looking up at the clock tower, you notice it's not running.
How does it know what time it is?
I think maybe we can get up there and move it.
Fix it? Ooh, yeah, I like that idea.
Yeah, I should be able
How
to
do you
figure that out.
How do you propose you get up there?
I levitate.
Can
So
you?
you just-
Does that work on? Can you levitate, or can you make me levitate?
I can make you levitate.
Well, I was going to ask how that's going to work with all of us tied together.
That's the best image I've ever seen.
No, how? It's okay. Okay, so above the table, it says it can lift up to 500 pounds. So.
Right. Now's not the time for everybody to lie about their weight.
I
would
think
say also
combined we're
now
a
that y'all
little bit more than that.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
I
I'll
would say then.
go ahead.
Sorry. I was just gonna say, Talon probably, now that y'all have reached the location, he probably unties everybody, so y'all are good to move. Free.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't mind being untied. I can go up.
Yeah.
I'll cast. So, okay. The way this works is we need to line you up with where you want to be up there, because I can't move you around. I can only move you up.
Yeah. Would we be able to line up directly with the clock face, or could I maybe at least get to the roof, probably, and then climb the extra 5 feet or whatever it is?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that sounds great. So that sounds fun. I like that. So Melu, you cast. What is the casting of the levitate spell onto Brennard? Like, what does that look like?
So Melu will pick up their holy symbol, still kind of holding their shield in their other hand. They'll hold it out, and it's kind of this greenish, kind of plant-focused energy that comes up, and then he starts to levitate. Brennard starts to levitate up in the air,
Nice.
glittering.
I love it. Yeah, excellent. So Brennard, you feel like this green energy flow into you, and it's funny because even in the middle of this morning, even in the middle of this dark and dreary place, you feel like almost like I'm thinking like the gust of spring, or like the smell of spring, almost as you're buffeted up very pleasantly into the air. And you feel like almost innervated by it. Like it's almost like this nice breath of air has um, pushed away the negativity of the morning, if only for a brief moment, as you ascend up into the sky to the clock tower.
All right, Brennard's definitely kind of like feeling a little bit as he kind of tries to get his bearings for floating until he can kind of grip onto either the roof or the hands of the clock, and kind of takes a look over to see like if he can tell like is it super rusty? Is it something internal?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm almost picturing like you float up to the face of the clock tower, and like maybe like a piece of the glass or something is busted, so you can see inside of the clock tower. And peering through, go ahead and make me a perception or an investigation check as you're checking it out.
Which one of those is better? Investigation. 21.
Nice. So with that, you see, so you are fairly familiar with, mechanisms and of all shapes and sizes, right? Like there isn't like as a craftsperson, especially one in Sharn and one with House Cannith, you're always up to date on the latest technology and stuff like that. And this scene, and especially since the Mourning happened about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago at this point, the you recognize this model of clock tower as a little bit of an older model, and this clock tower worked by generating power based on a dragon shard. That was usually the mechanism that these clock towers worked, by compressing the dragon shard to release energy systematically, kind of like quartz almost. And you like looking in, you can even see with that 21, you can see the housing mechanism for the dragon shard. It's popped open, and the dragon shard inside is like black as ash. It looks like the power source is burnt out.
Would I be able to repair it, or would we need a brand new dragon shard?
I would say that you probably would need a brand new dragon shard, but I would also say that due to the fact that you are a craftsperson that works with dragon shards all the time, I would say that you probably have some dragon shards on you too.
Yeah, I was gonna say the other option I have is I do also have the mending spell, if that would work.
I think that mending would not work in this context because the dragon shard, like the energy went somewhere from the dragon shard,
Okay.
and you can't just it's like you would need to recharge it somehow, basically.
All right, then yeah. Brennard will kind of like squeeze his arm in there and reach in to grab the burnt out one and kind of like jostle it off before he reaches into his pouch and kind of tries to find one that's the right size to see if he has something that matches it.
Sure, absolutely. With the 21, I would even say that not only do you have one with the right size, but you recognize that you can change like the time on the clock, and you could maybe even make it run a little bit faster if you wanted to, as well.
All right, so yeah, I will take out a few of my tools, get that crystal on there, and then like so all of Brennard's tools are like, they almost look more like wands than typical tools, tipped with their own dragon shards. And he kind of like reaches one in and starts like turning it almost like you would a screwdriver and moving the hands on the clock until it's at the 6 o'clock mark.
Nice. Excellent. All right. So with Talon sees you all getting into position and working on this, and he also starts to look around at these fleshier spots on the ground, and you see him begin to look maybe a little bit nervous, and he goes, "Is that bell? Are you all gonna need to ring that bell up there?"
Oh, probably, huh?
Potentially.
I mean, that's a good idea. We should probably do that.
Or maybe we shouldn't, so it doesn't attract attention?
I think that's
Things in this
exactly why
place
he
are
was
usually.
asking.
Hmm. Yes, things are attracted to sound in this place. Sometimes it can be like ringing a dinner bell. If that's y'all's intention, I won't stop you, but you should prepare for a fight potentially.
Oh, well, you put it to 6 and nothing happened, right? She yells up at Brennard.
Do we think we need a different time?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you put the you would have put the dragon shard in too, right?
Yep.
So okay, so sorry. Let's retcon slightly then. So you set the time to 6 o'clock. You push the dragon shard into the machine, and the bell starts to immediately go off. And the first chime rings on the bell.
No.
And in a cacophony of response to that, from all the different flesh pits on the ground, you hear screaming. Everybody go ahead and roll for initiative.
Oh, no.
Don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Initiative. Oh my god, where is it on? There we go.
Great job, everybody.
We're doing amazing.
Listen, there's a reason I said we're not a stealth party. None of us have, like, great checks for speed, dexterity, stealth.
What are you talking about? I have a +3 to dexterity.
Well, you still only got an 11.
Yeah, because my rolling sucks. It's my curse of the dice.
Oh, for a brief moment, I thought Talon was a monster. That was just like in the middle of us.
Just like, oh no.
Give me just one moment as I get everybody going into the thing. This is also like another moment, like another thing that I feel like Roll20 could be better about is that like I want to just have things like rolled and ready to go. Like I don't want to have to necessarily roll in the moment. That could be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Oh, see, and now this is hidden. I don't want it to be hidden. Hold on. Can y'all see the gibbering mouther in the turn order?
Yes.
Okay, great. And let me just get everybody else's initiative into the turn orders as well.
I'm gonna edit Sarah's name so it's not so long.
10.
Could take Melu's last name out of it.
Okay, and Brennard got an 11. Between Sarah and Brennard, which of the two of you would like to go first?
Since you're on the ground, you can.
All right.
So in this first round, when the gong chimes, all these creatures begin to scream, and as they're and I'm just like kind of like we're doing it almost like a surprise round, like y'all are surprised by the gong going off and it having this effect. They these lumbering mounds of flesh, these piles of viscera, they begin to shake and move and pulse before they start to retch out these creatures. You see a couple of them nearby they look almost like they're made out of like just lumps of like twisted piles of hardened flesh grown together in disturbing ways. There we go. and we'll go ahead and just get these guys into the initiative too. And then you also see a couple of boys back here. They look almost like they're made out of like that hard calcium of bone. And you see them at range as well. Oh, a couple over here.
Just so lovely.
Good.
Yeah, just love this. Love all of this. Love everything that's happening right now.
Okay, and let me just get these guys into the turn order. God dang it. So many things to get into the turn order.
A lot of those.
They look pretty unagile. They look pretty slow. And the bone blight.
Oh god.
Oh,
Better.
Okay. All right. So now that everybody is here, everybody's in the initiative. Let's go ahead and descending. All right. At the top of the round, we've got the Flesh Blight. So the Flesh Blights they're just gonna rush you guys. This is an open space in the doorway, so this one is gonna go. He doesn't give a shit, and he's gonna run around and try to get to Melu. But that's gonna allow Cera. You're gonna be able to take an opportunity attack at that one. So if you would like.
Sure. Let me just take a look. I want to say summoning my weapon is a standard action.
Oh, I would have. I mean, you were going into unknown territory. I would assume that you would have had your weapon out. I think that's fair.
Right. Yeah, we'll give it a whirl. We'll take a whack at it as it goes running by.
Hell yeah. How does your weapon manifest it?
It manifests in the form of an epi, which is a form
nice.
of rapier. And
yeah.
it has a silver hilt, but the blade itself is just obsidian black.
Nice. Sick. Also, you have the packed weapon, right?
Yes.
I believe you can use feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you can also use your charisma modifier instead of your dexterity modifier for damage and attack rolls. That's correct, right, y'all?
I think that's only if you're a Hexblade, but Dom is a Hexblade.
I am a Hexblade.
Yeah. So I think you can flip that to spell attack mod if you want. But either way, as you come down with your wondrous rebellion, you just shish kebab the motherfucker and it dies immediately. Seeing its friend get killed by you, it runs up and tries to dig its fleshy little flesh claws into your skin, Cera. Does a 19 hit you?
A 19 would hit me, but they also have to... Oh yeah, 19's gonna hit me regardless.
That deals 4 points of piercing damage as I feel like you're just distracted grabbing this other one, or stabbing at this other one, trying to protect your friends. That this other just little fleshy thing comes up and just rakes your legs from behind, and stabs into you. These other flesh blights, this one is gonna go it's gonna take a little bit of a more circuitous path, but it doesn't have enough movement and actions in order to be able to do both. But Ellida, you see this disgusting thing come out of the corridor, and it looks like it's bearing down on you, but it doesn't look like it can attack you for whatever reason. Same with this creature as well, Cera. As it moves towards you, it just doesn't look like it's got enough energy to be able to both move and attack you at the same time this turn. It's now the Gibbering Mouthers' turns. They are going to do that thing that they did at the beginning where they writhed, then they shook, and they're going to generate another monster.
Uh-oh.
Ew. That's probably not good, guys. Oh, this is turning into a war of attrition already.
and that's what the gibbering mouthers do on their turn. Ellida, it is your turn.
Okay, so because you said that do all of them writhe and shake, and then that's when another one comes up, or is there one in particular that is?
They all do it, and they all generate another monster. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no like one source. Okay, okay. I would like to use Chaos Bolt on the
Nice.
one closest to me.
Absolutely. Is Chaos Bolt a ranged attack, or is it because if it's ranged it will be at disadvantage? But you could hit the dude, like you could hit this guy right behind, or you could hit the other guy and it would be at normal. Your call though.
Okay, yeah, let me see. So it is a 120 feet range attack.
Okay. So yeah, if you hit this fleshy boy like literally right next to you, it would be a disadvantage. But there's another fleshy boy that I think you should be able to see that you can target, no problem.
I'll do that one, yeah. So
Okay, great. Yeah, absolutely. Go and roll the hit.
Oops. Did I do something weird there? Hold on.
Oh, you might it might need to be from the the core section of your character sheet where there's like in the middle where it says like attacks and spells and stuff. Try clicking that one.
Okay, you got it. Core. There we go. There it is.
I think it's it looks like it might be right above shatter in your attacks and spells.
Oh. Right above shatter. God, I have the worst time with locating things in character sheets.
It's absolutely okay. It is. There's like the character sheets could be way better, 100%. Let me say what would be a better way to describe it. So do you see where your current hit points are, where it says 23 there?
Yes.
Excellent. So just
There it
look
is.
down.
I found it.
You got it. Perfect.
Did that work? Cast at what level? We are. That would be were we at 3, or would it be level 1? Because that's the.
You can choose what spell level you want to cast it at. It looks like. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to change it on you. It looks like you have first and second level slots that you have access to.
Okay, I'm gonna do level 2.
Perfect.
And.
Nice. So, boop-a-doo-doo. So what type of damage do you want it to be? You choose one of the 2 d8s. So it can be either lightning or thunder damage.
We'll do. Lightning.
Perfect. Okay, excellent. Yes. So this this creature, it takes the full thunder damage, or the full lightning damage rather, and it just it does that very classic cartoony thing where you would see its bones, but because it's just a lump of flesh, it literally has no bones, so it just flashes invisibly and then it dies and explodes.
Oh yeah.
It's dead. Good job. Anything more for Ellida?
How close is that one that's next to me? Like how many?
It's right next to you. It's adjacent.
So can I back up?
You could, but it will take an attack of opportunity against you.
Okay, then I'm staying where I am.
Okay.
That's it.
Sorry, I'm just pulling out a D100 table for reasons. Brennard. That makes it. Oh, sorry. We had agreed that Cera was going first, right, Brennard?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Cera, what do? You have 2 fleshy boys bearing down on you. I think from around this corner you can see one of the generators and another generator over in this corner as well. You can just see them birthing out creatures.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack this boy right here. And I'm just gonna use, the rapier for that one.
Perfect. An 18 hits and a 7 kills it.
And so with that, Sarah's going to take a 5-foot. Well, she's going to go this way, and she's going to try and skirt around. Wait, stop grabbing the map and grab the token, please. Okay, fine. We'll go this way.
So I would say that if you move from this position to that one, you are within 5 feet of this boy, so he would get an attack of opportunity against you. Is that okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, it will take the attack and 11 to hit, and that's definitely gonna miss, right?
Correct.
Awesome. Yeah, you just like easily step over its tiny little claw as it swipes at you, trying to get at you, but you just easily avoid it. Excellent.
Yeah.
So you've stepped around. Anything more for Cera?
No. She is now in position to work on this generator, like directly in front of her, and also the fleshy boy.
Perfect. Excellent. I would also say that you noticed when you were stood in this position that the ground surrounding those generators, it feels a little squishy and a little gummy, and it's a little difficult to get your bearing and your footing on it. So you might have a little bit of a difficult time getting through that. It might be harder for you to walk through. Sorry, was there anything more for Cera?
Yeah, she's definitely going to take that into mind, and she's going to yell back to Ellida and Melu to be careful as they get closer to the generators, because she felt that the terrain got a little bit more difficult.
Nice. Perfect. Alrighty, and that makes it Brennard. Brennard, you've kind of got a little bit of a sky position, and to that effect, the fog is still kind of overwhelming, but it's lessened a little bit with the tolling of the bell. And you see that there are several enemies over in this direction as well. Let me see if I can increase your view distance, and a generator or two over there too. Let me make your view a little bigger.
All right, I think with the walls, I'm not going to be able to really see a whole lot.
Oh, you're probably right.
All right, and how high up am I anyway?
I don't know how Melu. How high up is? Well, I guess it would have been to the clock tower. Levitate it doesn't matter the height that you can levitate to, right, Melu?
Yeah, it's like 20 feet per round.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Then I would say
No,
you're probably
up to 20 feet.
Up to 20 feet.
Yeah.
Uh,
Rises
the
vertically
maximum.
up to 20 feet and remains suspended there for the duration.
Then 20 feet.
All right, well that works. So I am going to reach into a pocket and pull out my homunculus. So it's it stays as a dragon shard, and then it kind of reassembles itself in my hand.
Nice.
And so it is going. So as my bonus action, I can have it fire its ranged attack, which I'll just roll because I don't have that anywhere on my sheet built in.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna go for this one standing next to Melu.
Oh, that's this one standing next to Melu is actually Talon.
Oh, oops. Then I guess this one.
Please no hurty
And I
Talon.
forgot to put him in the turn order. Son of a bitch.
Don't hurt
Yes, go ahead and
Talon
roll.
thing.
Okay, so this is to hit.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Perfect, and its damage. So it shoots out a little laser burst of energy. And so it's force damage, and that is 1d4 plus 2. So 5 force damage on this guy.
Great. That kills that one.
Okay, perfect.
Again, these creatures seem to be pretty weak for the most part, and they're just kind of detonating with each strike from your various weapons. The bone blights, however, they look a little bit stronger for sure.
Okay. And then I'm going to have it move since it can fly 30 feet, and I'm going to have it fly to this guy.
Okay. Need a little token for it, a little cute little thing.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd
Yeah,
be
there's
using
like a
it much, but it's
hummingbird
kind of
there.
helpful when I'm up on a rooftop to send it down instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question is, how much longer are you going to be up on that rooftop?
Hey, I'm technically ranged. This works out for me.
Yeah, snipe, snipe, snipe.
All right. So, and you said he was coming down to this bone blight over here, right?
Yep, and then I am going to cast my touch spell through it of Shock and Grasp.
Oh, nice. Absolutely. Go ahead. That's an attack roll, right?
Yep, that one is, I think,
Nice.
of course, that's not an attack roll. That's on my sheet. That would be an easy one.
You gotta love it.
All right, so that is melee spell attack. I don't think so, but does it have metal armor?
No.
Okay. I'm definitely activating my hobgoblin racial ability of saving face. I am not watching
nice.
people. I am not letting these people see me fail.
Nice. That's a
So that brings
minimum
it to 13.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a bone blight. That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Woo!
What you do anyway?
And the damage for Shock and Grasp is 1d8 lightning damage. All right,
4
so,
total damage. Nice.
and that's the end of my turn.
Great. You look like the electricity flows out of the homunculus and into the bone blight. It looks like it hurt it, but it doesn't. It's still standing. And that's it for you. Perfect. That brings us to Melu.
Okay. Can I see where Cera went? Kind of.
Like,
Sort
can
of.
you see Cera?
No.
Or
Yeah.
if you can't see Cera, then no, your character would not be able to, but you
Okay.
know that she just went into this little area over here.
Okay. I'm gonna step this way. Oh, that did not help me at all. Oh goodness. Ah. So wait, is that a door or a wall there?
Directly to your right is a wall.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna step in here then. Okay.
Okay.
And I am going to try and help a friend out, and I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire. Because I see her fighting something, but I see these guys, so I was thinking like down here.
Okay. Oh, right, because Fairy Fire is AoE. Perfect. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that works. It's a saving throw, right?
Yes.
Nice.
So it's a dexterity saving throw.
Also, the other nice thing is that everything that's in that area will get lit up, so I don't know if that will also help us.
It gives
Oh,
advantage.
that's true.
Yeah, but also
Any
everything in the area sheds light afterwards.
Oh yes, yeah, also that.
Well, the gibbering mouthers critically failed and got 0 on that roll.
Good
So
job,
that-
guys.
Those are lit up like a Christmas tree. But the
Love that for us.
flash lights, they managed to avoid it somehow. We'll just put this one on Oh, also, let me go ahead and I meant to mention this at the beginning of the game. This was my mistake. This is a little homebrew rule that I'm using. Uh, Everybody at the beginning of every session, you get a thing called a flashback token, and basically it's a way everybody get once per session, and it is a tool, a thing that you can use in basically any moment once to be like, hey, and like when I'm rolling you basically can use it to give yourself inspiration by reminiscing about something that has happened or something you did or something memorable in the past that is relevant to the situation right now. And you can give yourself inspiration once per game that way. So it's not super relevant right now, but in the future, if there's something that you want to give yourself inspiration for, that is a viable way of doing so.
Good to know. Also, Brennard, Fairy Fire is concentration, and so is Levitate, so you're no longer levitated.
Okay. Well, Levitate does say I at least come down
drop.
slowly, so.
Yeah, you come down slowly, so unless you're like standing on the roof, you're on the floor.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, thank God for that.
I felt like it was worth it for Fairy Fire.
Okay, the good thing is, because we live in Sharn, I do have Featherfall prepared.
Oh, so you fall slowly no matter what with
Yeah.
Levitate.
But I just meant as a just in case, even if it didn't say
Oh.
that. We live in a city that is literally built like a mile high into the sky. I have it prepared.
There. And I don't think I can do anything else unless can I cast a spell as a bonus action? No, right?
Only if it's a cantrip. Which I'm not sure if there are any cantrip bonus action spells.
Yeah, I don't have anything useful. I've spared the dying, but that's not useful at the moment.
Perfect. Alrighty, excellent. So that's it for Melu's turn. It's now the Bone Blight's turn. So the Bone
Quick
Blight,
question.
they are going. Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're able to do a cantrip as a bonus move, does that mean theoretically I could attack something and then follow up with a cantrip?
If you have a
Like-
cantrip as a bonus action, yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. You can even theoretically, if you wanted to, you could do what you suggested, and then you could use a sorcerer feature thing, like a meta magic thing, to quicken a cantrip and then cast it. You could also do that with a regular spell too. Meta magic is really cool. But so the Bone Blights, it's the Bone Blights' turn, and they are going to just they are also very slow for whatever reason, and they are going to start shambling in your general direction. A couple from areas that y'all might not be able to see just yet, but you can hear them over onto the left or side as they kind of shuffle on out into the limelight over here. Oop. And then these guys do too. You get the sense that whatever these creatures are, they are malformed and they don't work very well, and they're having a little bit of trouble getting to you. But you sense a maliciousness in them as well as they approach. Do-do-do-do. The ones that are caught up in the area directly around the Gibbering Mouthers appear to be especially slow. They're having a real hard time getting around. But a few of them are mobile enough to be able to get within range. In fact, this one is in range of Ellida, and it doesn't even need to move. So it's going to shoot a bone spur, just like flicking its like fingers at Ellida.
Excuse me?
Yeah. It's like sending like a skeletal fingerless hand, just like bits of it, like a shot. But a critical failure, Ellida, you just easily dodge out of the way. The bone fragments pelt into your tunic, but it does nothing to you. It does nothing. These two Bone Blights over here, they're within range as well of you, Cera, and they're going to shoot you with their little bone fingers too. Do-do-do.
Not the bone fingers.
22 probably hits, right?
22 does, yes.
That's
Are
going to
they-
deal 13 points to you. Yeah.
Are they all rolling with disadvantage?
No. Most of them are rolling at normal. What do you ask?
Okay, because Cera has the cloak of displacement, so
Oh, right. Okay, good point. So then the 22 actually misses you because you got an 8. So that would be so you take no damage. Nice. Very nice. Oh yeah. So wait, hold on. With that, I think that first claw attack would have missed you as well too. I forgot about the disadvantage.
it'll be fine.
Let me see.
She can eat 4 damage.
Okay. Okay. Oh wait, but don't you? If you gate damage, doesn't it go away until your turn? Oh wait, but you return mine. Never mind. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Double never mind. Okay, so you take no damage as the needle blight, or sorry, as the bone blight, just misses you. It shoots at the wrong target. A couple of these other bone blights are just not close enough to be within range to be able to do anything just yet. And that makes it the top of the round. The clock tower gongs a second time.
Oh no.
I feel like it should be louder. Here we go. As the clock tower gongs, the screams happen once more. And we're at the top of the round with the flesh blights. The flesh blights continue to just move in. They all start to surround you, Cera, as they move up.
Won't like this for me.
Melu, are you close enough within range? Like, can you see that that one flesh blight to the left of Cera?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Okay. In that case, it's gonna swing at you then instead of Cera. Gonna diversify its targets. So 2 are coming at Cera and 1 is coming at Melu. Their fleshy little claws swinging wildly. So 2 for Cera, 1, 2, 13 and 7. Both is gonna miss. Cera, what is your AC? Just so that way I know.
My AC is 13, actually.
Oh, it is 13. Okay, so that means that 13 does hit.
Yes, 13 does hit.
Oop, a lag here. There we go. 2 damage. Either way.
2 damage. All right.
And then and then 1 swing at Melu. 11 to hit.
11 is the 2 hit.
Yes.
It misses.
Excellent. Yeah, you're using like a shield, right, Melu?
Yep.
Yeah, you just are able to interpose your shield between the nasty little thing's claws, and it just avoids you. Excellent. That is gonna make it Talon's turn. Talon is like riding in on. It looks like he was kind of maybe lost for a moment in the fray, in the sudden surprise. But now he rides in on Talon directly up to this spawner, and he starts to strike at it. He's got a couple attacks that he can do with a spear on the back of Fang. An 18 hits for 12 piercing damage. And a 19 hits for 13 piercing damage. So he's able to just slay this one spawner. It's dead. And it just it crumbles to the ground, just a pile of viscera and goo slowly leaking out ichor onto the fleshy floor. Fang just can't help himself and he just starts eating it. It's fucking horrifying.
Oh.
That's Talon's turn. That is going to make it the gibbering Mouther's turns. The Mouthers are once again going to scream in anguish, and they're going to just start. They're just going to start sputtering out these little fleshy guys again. Another wave of these dudes.
So Brennard is gonna shout out a suggestion of, do we think we can get inside and barricade the door? Especially with how many more seem to be coming with every toll.
I like that idea.
Yeah, Sarah's gonna say that sounds like a fantastic idea.
Talon will shout out. He'll say, as soon as the door's open, get in there. I'll distract them. I'll take the rest of these guys on.
What?
What?
By yourself?
Have you lost it?
It's just another day, like y'all said. And he'll wink at whoever's closest.
Oh no.
It's not good.
That's gonna make it Elita's turn.
Okay. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, that just threw a twist. Let me think really quick, because I was like, I don't want to leave him out there.
Well,
Can
the door's not open just yet, so you got some time to think it over.
Okay, cool. So as long as so I don't need to do that this round. Okay, cool. I'm gonna cast, let's see, Firebolt, which is a cantrip. Oh my gosh, I should probably. There's somebody. Wait. Okay, so there's. I can see there. Okay. Am I able to cast Firebolt on the one that is right inside the door that I can see?
Yeah, like right here. This guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Got that, and I'll go over here and do
10 unfortunately will not hit, but you do have a thing if you want to use it. It's up to you.
Yes, I will use the thing.
Okay. Okay. So I believe Tides of Chaos makes you roll with advantage, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, perfect. So that makes that a 20, which makes it a hit. The fire arcs. What does it look like when you shoot your flames, Ellida?
So she kind of does like a very elegant movement with her hands. It kind of pushes the air, like pushes towards the direction of the monster, and just a bolt of flames just boom right into him.
Perfect. Yeah, and as that fire lances through the bone blight, you see it just turn to ash, and it just falls to pieces, a pile of goop of ashy on the ground. Alrighty. Anything more for Ellida?
No.
Perfect. Alrighty. Since because this is the first time you've used your Tides of Chaos, why don't you just make me the roll to see whether or not you have Wild Magic Surge? So just a straight D20.
D20.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Chaos.
10. No Wild Magic Surge just yet,
Aw.
but oh man, it's gonna happen. I can't wait for that. Anything?
Yeah, the chaos
Anything
will
more
happen.
for Ellida? Yo, it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
Anything more for Ellida?
Nope, that's it.
Perfect. Alrighty, Cera.
Cera, as she is going to do something that is fairly risky. Even though she's surrounded, she's going to cast a spell.
Okay.
Oh no.
And that spell is going to be Shatter.
Okay.
The origin point for that spell is going to be right here, and let me roll that for you.
Ooh. That's a good spot to put a shatter down. Oh, holy shit.
levels.
What's the AOE on Shadow? It's like a 10 foot 10 foot radius.
10 foot radius from the origin point.
Nice. And where did you put the origin point at?
Right here.
Perfect. Fuck, I fucked up. They moved the thing. Roll 20. Why you do this?
I
Please,
should be
sir.
able to- Hold on. Boop boop.
You said it was. God damn it. You said it was this blight, right?
Hold on. Right next to it. So right here.
Right there.
Yep.
Perfect. So I think that hits everything in this, like everything. It just hits everything. It doesn't hit that guy, but it hits everything else. Okay, great. Great. DC 15 con save. So bone blights, flesh blights, gibbering mouthers alike are gonna all need to make these saves. We'll do gibbering mouther first. It's a con save.
Yes.
Critical fail from the gibbering mouther. Takes 14 points of damage. It looks pretty quick for that. It looks like it might be using like its own life force, its own energy, its own flesh in order to be generating these creatures.
Gotcha. Also, I just realized I didn't roll damage. Did I roll damage?
Yeah, it did.
Oh no, it rolled
Yeah,
damage
it rolled
automatically.
it.
Yeah. These flesh blights are so weak that they die even if they make the save. So they just get absolutely wrecked by this thing, by this shock wave of energy flying through them as this occurs. What does the shadow look like? Also, by the way.
So yeah, at that point of origin, there's just this loud crashing sound, and from it, just a explosion comes outward of bluish, just like crackling energy, almost like lightning, but it just looks like static in the air as it just courses through each enemy.
Perfect. Excellent. Yeah. And this energy, like it feeds back into the flesh blights, and they just pop like sour balloons. But the bone blights, our energy like arcs up through them and out the tops of their heads, and they do look severely scorched, but they're still just standing. The gibbering mouth though, it looked like it took the brunt of the blast, and it looks incredibly hurt. Anything more?
No, I'm not going to risk the attacks of op at this time. Cera's going to stay right where she is, but she's definitely trying to clear a path.
Perfect. Excellent. Alrighty, and that's going to make it Brennard's turn.
All right. So, I wanted to ask: are like any of these like doors on these sides or anything? I kind of highlighted a few on the map. It's just hard to tell sometimes with how many pieces there are.
No, yeah, totally.
Like, where are the walls and where are the doors?
Usually, there aren't really any doors proper. All the facility itself has kind of come into like completely fallen apart. So, for example, right here, there is no
I think I just accidentally deleted my token.
Open space? Oh no, you're good. I got you. That'll happen to the best of us.
R.I.P.
I was trying to
Bye,
delete my
Brennard.
lines.
And I'm just gonna make the control play
Alright.
Brennard again.
Thank you.
There we go. So basically, if there is something blocking your path, then there is like a wall there of some nature, like a ruined wall. If it's just open, then there's probably like maybe some fragmented or destroyed ground or something that what might have been a wall or an entryway at one point, but it's just completely open.
Okay. It's just hard to tell with the shadows though too, because like we have big giant black spots on our map.
Yeah, I see that on the
So I just
see
want to
it on the overlay.
So like
Go on.
like this is the only way in, right?
It does look like this entryway that Cera walked in through is the same entryway, at least at the same location.
Okay. But I just meant like the path I drew is like the only real way in, right?
You can also draw. You can go down like this, for example. Like you could go down like this, and it would be the same path.
Oh, okay.
More of my map is gone. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, so I think I'll head... I don't like any of these spots. There's so many enemies. What about up here? Okay, everything's dead up here pretty much, huh? I mean, there's these two, but I think I'm gonna head that way. So I was here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As soon as you step into like this space, it's like where that dead flesh blight is, the ground underneath is like the same soggy terrain being affected by the gibbering mouther. So you have half movement speed walking through there, but I think you still have enough movement to get to where you're wanting to go.
Okay, yeah. And I will aim at this one. I'll take out my heavy crossbow for him.
Nice. Yeah, absolutely. Going to roll the hit.
Yep. And heavy crossbow. Roll the
16.
attack.
16.
Oh, sorry, I
hits.
rolled it
Go
twice
roll
because
damage.
it lagged for a second, but 16 is correct.
No worries. Perfect. 9 damage. Excellent. Yeah. The thing looks hurt from that, but it's still up and kicking.
Okay, and then I'm also going to use my homunculus's like little piddlywink attack. Because why not fire it off? Where is the
Sounds good.
Is that the official name for it? Piddlywink attack?
The official name is Force Blast, but it's like, well,
How much
not
force is
really. It's
actually
more like
behind
it's
it?
spitting at them.
It's doing its best.
Alright, so that is d20 plus 4. Would help if I... Oh, okay. It's doing its best. It's trying to
Right.
prove me wrong.
It's doing pretty good. That'll do it. Roll damage.
And 5 force damage.
It heard you talking shit.
Yeah. The spawner, the creator, is still up, but it looks pretty injured at this point. Anything more for Brennard?
Nope, that's all I got this turn.
Perfect. All right, that's gonna make it Melu.
I'm gonna try something and hope it works. Because I don't really have the time to check for it. I'm gonna clasp my holy symbol in my hands. I'm gonna start saying a prayer, and I'm gonna turn undead. So
I will. I mean, before you do that, I would say that you can, as a bonus action, try to make a determination, or if you just want to go with it, that's absolutely your call, 100%.
let's roll with it. It's the heat of battle. I probably would have done it regardless.
Okay.
I have something I
love it.
can do after this if I need to. So
Okay. Yeah. So the turn undead goes off, and the creatures they seem to like recoil briefly at it, but they don't. They're not affected by it.
cool. All right. So does using my action for my channel divinity feature count as a spell? Like using a spell?
No.
Okay. Awesome. In that case, I am going to bonus action cast spiritual weapon.
Oh hell yeah! Nice. Sick. What does that look like?
It is going to be a big old shield. It's going to look like my shield, but it's going to be bigger.
Big shield. I love it.
I absolutely love it.
And I'm gonna put it I'm gonna put it. Can I put it like right here, like next to me, like to the right of me?
Sure. You can also like choose where it goes down, right?
Yes, it's like within 60 feet or something like that.
This is so
Nice.
epic, and I can't see any of it.
Yeah, I can see so little of the map. And then I can use it to attack on when I cast it, right?
Right. I thought you get like a free action with it the first turn, right?
Yeah. So I'm going
Nice.
to use it to. How do I roll the 2 hit on it though? That is the real
I think
question. Here we go.
I see it
I
as
found
already
it.
having.
Oh, rolled it. Okay, I see
Nice.
now. Okay, so I'm just gonna hit that one that's directly in front of me.
Perfect. And the 13 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yes.
10
And
damage kills it.
damage.
It just smashes it. Boom. Into the ground. Dusted.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Nice.
That's all.
Excellent.
I'm gonna do.
Anything more for beautiful. Fantastic. Alrighty. That is gonna make it the Bone Blight turns. They are fewer in number now, but there are a couple more in range. Melu, the weapon, the spiritual weapon, it doesn't have like AC or anything like that, right? It's just
No.
like a okay. Just wanted to double check.
Chills.
Okay. Perfect. Excellent. So these Bone Blights, they're gonna move up a little further. This one's gonna be within range finally. This one is too, but it's gonna aim for Melu, and this one is going to just try to bloody block the gibbering mouther and is gonna name. So 2 again, just like the first time, 2 Bone Blights are gonna aim at Cera. One is gonna aim at Melu.
A little
2 for
claustrophobic.
Cera.
Little bit, yeah.
15. 15 and 16 are gonna hit. So that deals 16 total damage.
Wouldn't that be an 8?
After I believe.
No,
with the
you're
cloak-
right. You're right.
Yeah. Good question though. And the last one for Melu, 15 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. So you take 9 total damage. Cera takes 16 total damage from all the attacks.
Big oof.
These Bone Blights from the south, they move up a little bit further, and they're also within range. And they see Ellida just standing there, and they're gonna shoot at them. Oop, that's the wrong thing. Sorry. Come on. Where'd it go? 2 bone needles at Ellida. 18 and 5 to hit. I'm guessing the 18 probably hits you, Ellida.
I compare that to my AC, right?
Yes.
That would be. Yeah, my AC is 14.
Okay, so that would hit you. That's gonna deal 8 points of piercing damage as the bony spur digs into you.
Okay.
You're all
And
pretty
that's
squishy.
All right.
That's not a necrotic. Oh.
No, it's just piercing. It's just like a sharp little spit of bone.
Okay.
Alrighty, and that is going to put us at the top of the round. The bell chimes a 3rd time, and as the bell is chiming, you see, especially Cera and Melu, since y'all are very close to it, you see this central platform, the central pillar, like right next to where y'all are at. It's like beginning to shift, and you see an inner chamber inside of this pillar spinning, and it looks like it's starting to open. It's about halfway open at this point. You feel like maybe one more gong and it will be open fully.
Okay.
Well, it looks like something's happening. I think we're just gonna have to hold out a little bit longer, but I don't know how much longer I can take being shot at by these bony idiots.
Well, time to make a run for it.
I think that's our best bet. We just gotta try and hold out.
You can do this.
Alrighty, that's gonna make it the Flesh Blight's turn. The Flesh Blights down here, they're gonna push their advantage, and this one is gonna actually move out of Cera's reach. So Cera, you can take an attack of opportunity against this one as it skirts away, if you would like.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go for it. Oh yeah, you critical hit and you absolutely destroy it and turn it into a pile of goo.
Hell
Good
yeah.
job.
She's a little pissed off now.
This one fleshy blight up here is gonna move down towards your homunculus, seeing it's pecking at the gibbering mouther, and it's gonna attack that little hummingbird thing
Alright.
with its little fleshy claws. 17 to hit.
That is a hit.
That deals 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay. And it has HP equal to... Oh my god, why do they make this so complex? Can't they just give me a flat number?
I
No,
know,
of course
right? I
not.
wish. Yeah.
Alright, so mine has... Alright, so... It has 11 HP. It took 5, so it has 6. Okay.
Great. Okay, perfect. And that's going to be all the fleshy blights that y'all can see's turn. It's now Talon's turn. Talon is going to push his way forward, and he's going to like stand like next to you, Cera, and he is going to attack the 2 blights next to y'all. While saying, "Go, get in. I'll hold him back. The mission is more important. Go." As he stabs. 19 is going to hit the first one for 10 piercing. He stabs it through and it dies. He's also going to stab the next bone blight next to him. "12 hits for 12 piercing. It also kills that one. Man, Talon is on a roll. Holy shit.
Well, I can't wait to be able to
And
hit multiple enemies. I'm gonna be so
Yeah.
cash money.
And then Talon, like Fang of his own volition, seemingly, he takes Talon to the south and he bites this bone blight down here. Just like recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Fang is all business, and he goes for the bone blight. He misses though as he attempts to do so. And then Talon is just gonna continue to scream, "Go, run! We'll hold them off. You've got to get in there."
We can't just let you stay out here.
We're not leaving you behind.
We don't have a choice. It's the mission. I'll be fine. I know this place. This morning, we'll survive. That's why they sent me. And that's gonna make it the gibbering mouther's turn. From the one that you can see is going to, the couple that you can see are going to continue to birth.
Oh.
And you hear like the same shrieking noise is occurring in other various parts of the area as well. But it seems like it's mostly these little guys that you guys are seeing come out now. It's the big bonier ones. They seem to be all out of bones.
Oh, boneless. Okay.
Boneless,
No
yeah.
bones?
No
No
bones
bone.
day.
Yeah.
No bones in these chicken tenders. Ellida, it is your turn.
Okay. Alita's still not gonna want to leave Talon and Fang behind, but so this group, these guys, you see, those guys. You see? Can I do anything to them?
Sure. I mean, I think you probably have some. I think you have like a range thing or two that you could definitely do for sure.
Okay. I want to take care of them. They're just sitting here. All right. So what I'm gonna do. Would I be able? Let's see here. Use a twinned do a twin spell?
Yeah. Twin spell is when you can shoot like target at two different spells. You basically like you double the spells targeting, right? You can hit two different targets with the same spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And then would I be able to use Firebolt with that, or should I use like something else like Shatter?
You could use Firebolt with that. It would have to be a targeted spell, so Shatter wouldn't work with it, but something like Chaos Bolt would work.
Okay, so I've already used Chaos Bolt. Am I able to use it again?
Yeah, you can use your Chaos Bolt as many times as you have spell slots for.
Okay, then I'll use Chaos Bolt again. With the
Great.
twin spell with two of those dudes.
Great, excellent. So go ahead and roll to hit for both of them.
Okay. I just do it twice, or does it just double?
Yeah, go ahead and click Chaos Bolt twice, because you're making two separate attack rolls for two different targets.
Okay. And I guess I could cast it at one. Let's see. I guess I'll cast it
Yeah,
at
so
one.
I think... Okay.
Unless I can cast it at two. I don't know if I have enough spell slots though.
You should, everybody should be at full, like, starting this off, so you should, other than that one spell slot that you cast earlier, you should have full spell slots, so...
Oh, so I can shoot it, okay. At level 2, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so, do you, is it I see you rolled a 2 and a 1 on the 2d8, is it acid or cold type damage?
We're gonna do acid.
Okay. And so this is a collective total of 12 points of damage. Which one were you targeting with that?
The one, let's see, this, I'll do this, oh no, why is it not working? This, oh no. It'll like do it over here, but it won't. The one under the dead one, on this side.
This one?
Yes.
Great. Excellent. Yes. That the acid damage, it looks even more damaging to this creature, and it rips through it like it's nothing, and it kills it.
Cool.
Dead. Nice. And then you had the twin spell. So roll that attack roll again.
Okay. And then another one. That, wait. Oh, did not go. Hold on.
Yeah, and roll it at second level as well because you twinned the second level spell. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Oh, it looks like you crit. Wow. Okay. Nice. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, and you got the wild magic attack too. So that
Damn.
I don't even need to do the addition on this because this kills this thing. Easy. Boom. It explodes in a burst of fire damage. It just detonates. And then the magic lances out to another target. Go ahead and make another attack roll within 30 feet of this initial guy.
Yes. Okay. The same chaos bolt.
Yeah, just make another roll for it. Another hit. Chaos bolt.
Okay. Then
That definitely hits. And that definitely kills this thing too. What flavor of damage is it dealing?
to choose from?
Yeah, you choose between an 8 and a 3. So thunder or fire once more.
Fire.
Excellent. Nice. Yeah, so this thing just again explodes into a burst of flame as the magical energy bounces back and forth. I'm also gonna have you again roll on for wild magic surge.
Okay.
So when is it that wild magic triggers anyway?
Only when I
Natural
roll a
one.
right?
Yep. But I can also just make it happen whenever I want as well. I can just be like, now we're on the D100 table. But it feels like that's only when on certain special occasions.
we'll get there. We'll make it happen.
Little special occasions.
little special, a little treat.
Treat.
Alrighty, that is. Is there anything more for Ellida?
No.
Fantastic. All right, that's gonna make it Cera's turn.
Cera is going to dash right in here next to Talon, and she's going to say something along the lines of, I have a specific reputation within this organization to uphold, and you dying would damage that. Whether she's telling the truth or not, completely different story. But she's going to attack that Bone Blight right there.
Nice. Go ahead and roll to hit. Ooh, a 7. Unfortunately, that misses. I feel like your concern for Talon is maybe like it's potentially getting in the way of your successful strike, as you're like maybe just like trying to step in a little bit. Talon looks at you and he recognizes what you're doing, but you as somebody who's seen war, who has seen combat, who has seen what that looks like, you get the sense of this man that they are not one to die so easily. It's a type, and you know the type well, and he is of that type, you feel. Anything more for Cera?
No, she just kind of gets this look of resignation on her face as he looks at her, and I guess she looks towards the column again. Which, could you point that out on the map, or am I like standing?
Sure.
right
Yes.
on
All right. You're standing like right next to it. Let me
Okay,
go ahead
cool,
and
cool.
shift it over so it's a little easier to see. There you go.
Cool.
Now you should
Yeah,
see a little
yeah.
white square. That's
Yeah, I see the outline. Cool.
Perfect. Alrighty, that's gonna make it Brennard's turn. Brennard.
All right, so I am going to bolt this way. 1, 2, 3, because my speed is halved. I think this guy will get an opportunity attack on me.
Okay. You'll go for the swing. I don't think 11 hits you though, right?
Correct, that's a miss. All right, so
Nice.
Brennard, I am going to cast a spell. So Brennard pulls out like a glove, like one of his workshop gloves, and puts it on and kind of clenches his fist a few times to enchant it, since like artificers work their magic through items and tools. And he then flicks his fingers, and I am casting Catapult to make the skull from this dude slam up into the gibbering mouther with like super force.
Hell yeah, I love it. That's great. Go ahead and roll the hit.
All right, so Catapult is spell attack roll, and my spell attack roll is +6. Nice.
Oh, absolutely, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
So that is 3d8 bludgeoning damage.
Nice. That is enough to take this one out. This quivering lump of flesh, it falls still and silent.
Nice.
Her blowing out onto the ground. Well done. Excellent. Anything more for Brennard? Oh, you still have your little homunculi, right?
Yeah, so I am just going to have that thing bolt over to like as far as it can go, like behind me.
Okay.
Tactical retreat time.
Nice. All right, beautiful. All right, that is going to make it Melu's turn. Melu.
So oh gosh, okay. I can see so little. I'm gonna Sacred Flame that guy that's directly in front of Talon. Or try
Okay.
to.
Sure. You can also move in. There is like this space, for example, right there. That's normal terrain. That wouldn't be half movement. You can
That space? This one? Why is it not doing the clicky thing?
yes, directly south of your shield.
Okay. I'll go there. Oh, that's so much better. I can see so many more things now.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Instead, is that a generator to the right of that other, like over here?
Yeah, that's a generator right there.
Okay, I'm gonna Sacred Flame that instead.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit that.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's a saving throw. Right. My apologies. Let me make that save.
Oh no. Okay.
Save. 7. It fails.
Nice.
And it takes the 3 flame. I think. Yeah, that's enough. This that even if it's just a little think the disturbing mouth was barely alive as it was, and that little puff of flame just is the final straw, and it just dissolves into ichor.
Okay. Cool. And then I am going to use my bonus action to move my shield by this guy to hit this guy, the guy that was next to the generator.
There's so
Gotcha.
much cool
Yeah,
shit I
absolutely.
wish I
Go
could
ahead
see.
and roll the I gotta figure out a way to make it more visible. There's probably a way to do it. Let me see if I can figure that out real quick.
It's just what happens during the fog of war, man.
Can't see
Yeah,
a
Oh
lot.
wow!
Honestly,
critical.
that's why I hate the dynamic lighting. I don't like how it looks.
Yeah, it could be better. Maybe I'll turn that off for future. But yeah, critical hit that absolutely kills it. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah.
Damn, we got a lot of crits tonight.
Yeah,
So I
absolutely.
guess 10, so 20. No.
20. Just
Just
roll
10.
another d8.
Another D8. Oh, sorry, that might not have gone through. It was a 7.
Okay, that is fine. That does a bunch of damage. I have an idea. Hold on. Can be edited and controlled by. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna update everybody's character sheet so Mist can see and can edit and control it. So that way, hopefully, Mist will be able to see the through everybody's perspectives as well,
It's like,
and
man,
that will look better on screen. Okay, great. And then I just need to do Melu real quick. Man, I should have done that from the beginning. Oh well. Live and learn. Brennard. Perfect. Save changes. Okay, great. So now everybody should be. Can you see from everybody's perspectives now, Mist?
yeah, that's so much better. I would definitely say give
Right,
this to everyone if you want to keep Fog of War.
Let's do that. Why not? I think that's.
Because like the other thing is, one of my other games uses this, and like when we're exploring, sometimes someone goes into another room, and we're like, what room did you go into? Because we can't figure out where it is anymore.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll just say all players. Here we go. Now everybody should be able to see everything from everybody's perspective. Just don't mess with anybody else's character sheets, okay?
Yeah. This gives us like
Oh,
we
that's so much
still have
better.
Fog of War, but we can see where everyone is, which is very nice.
Yeah.
You can see what everybody else sees, which I feel like makes sense, like, because y'all would be in communication with each other.
But also don't touch my stuff.
Got it.
Okay, all players. There we go. All right. So that is Melu's turn. They absolutely destroyed this bone blight. It's just goo on the ground. It's been completely turned to dust. That's it for them. Alrighty. That is going to be the bone blight's turn. This bone blight is just to the south of Talon. Is going to try to rake at him with its claws. It fails. These bone blights are going to continue. The ones that are still alive, there's only a couple of them over in these left sides. They're going to again continue to shuffle over. Oh, actually, most of the bone blights are dead already. So
Yeah,
that's just
I was
gonna
looking at this
easy end
pile
for
of bodies. We did pretty good.
Yeah, y'all are doing really well. And that is going to make it the third, the fourth and final round. The gong goes off, and the platform has shifted fully open, and you now see inside the pillar there is stairs leading down. And Talon will once again say, "Go on without me. We've cleared them out enough. I can handle the rest of these aberrations, these things. can handle this. And he sounds confident. And Cera, the way that you've been seeing him heft the weapon and Talon and Fang working together, you do get the sense that this is a competent individual for sure.
Do I have a sense of how old Talon is?
Sure, give me an insight check.
Cool. Insight.
Six. Okay. I would say you definitely get the sense that he's like middle-aged, maybe like a little older middle-aged. You definitely get the sense that he's experienced for sure.
Okay.
With that being said, though, it is the Fleshbite's turn. There are still a couple of them that are able to kick around. One of them is able to move up on Cera. Another few are just trying to shamble closer, but they're slowed by their own malformed limbs and the ground being warped. One of them is able to get close enough to Cera and Brennard, though, in order to get a swipe off. So one for Cera, one for Brennard. If I can just find the right thing, here we go. One for Cera. Natural one, misses. And one for Brennard, 16 to hit.
16. Does that hit with my new armor? It doesn't. Nice.
Oh, awesome. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to roll damage. Excellent. Well done. Oh, missed real quick in the overlay. It looks like my captions have paused. If you just refresh that browser source, it will catch up. And fix itself.
Sure. Let's see.
All right, great. And that's just going to make it Talon's turn. He's going to swing one more time at the Bone Blight to the south here. Oh, I've closed Talon's character sheet. No, I didn't. What am I doing? He's going to swing once more at the Bone Blight south with his two-handed spear attack. 23 will hit. He's going to deal enough damage to kill this Bone Blight. And then he's going to ride right over here and interpose himself between the two Flesh Blights next to Cera, and then he's going to attack the one to the left of you, the one to his left with advantage, which will hit handily, and will deal 8 points of piercing damage, which will kill that fleshy boy, and then Fang will bite the next fleshy guy, and it will also kill him. Perfect. Excellent.
Cleaning up.
MVP.
Truly.
Alrighty. That is going to be Talon's turn. The gibbering mouthers are going to continue to cry and scream, but even the ones that you can see, it looks like they're just plumb out. It looks like they've generated as much as they can, and they can't generate no more. And that's going to do it for them. That's going to make it Ellida's turn.
Okay, so can I see Brennard? Is that his homunculus? Homunculus?
Yeah, the little like transparent like bird-like shadow thing is my homunculus.
Okay, so I should not kill it.
No, do not kill my
not.
bird.
Please no steppy.
Wait, why does it look like the other two? Wait.
So
wait,
it's
what's the thing
directly
right next to you?
No, this is the monster. This
Okay.
little shadow thing here is my bird.
Oh, I couldn't even see that. Yeah, I couldn't even tell that was a thing. All right.
I
Yeah,
think,
in that case.
I don't think, Raichkyu, I don't think you could see this guy. I think there might be just a wall in between you two, but I think if you
think so,
step
too.
like here, if you step like
Okay.
right there, you should be able. You could definitely see it.
Would I be able to move there and then attack that thing in the same
Absolutely.
turn? Okay, that's what I'm gonna do then.
Yep,
I
yep, yep.
can move in there.
Perfect.
Okay, and then I'm gonna
Actually,
use in a completely unpredictable chain of events. I'm gonna use Gale's Bolt again.
Nice.
So we're gonna do that again because I am hooked on that one. Let's see. Okay, so add that monster.
Perfect. Yeah, go ahead and roll the hit.
Oh, I keep forgetting it asks me what level. I think I can.
Oh yeah. You probably only have one second level spell slot left as well, so it's up to you whether or not you want to burn that or whether or not you want to hold off on it.
I'll use it at level 1. I'll use it
Okay.
at level 1. Okay.
Nice. Oh yeah, that is. Sorry. What's the to hit? Oh, a natural one. Unfortunately, the bolt just goes wild, and it doesn't connect with anything. I think maybe you move in such a way to get eyes on Brainerd, but you step into like a little flesh pile, and it like splorches under your foot
Ew.
unexpectedly. Your shot just goes up into the air.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Why
Anything more for?
scorches?
Anything more for Ellida?
No.
Perfect. Alrighty, that is gonna make it Cera's turn.
Sarah's going to call out to Talon and say, I expect you to join us inside once you're done cleaning up in here. But she's going to immediately duck into the column because she is way worse for wear than anyone may think. And as soon as she is out of everyone's sight, she is going to cast Cure Wounds on herself.
Beautiful. Nice. That's great.
Just, so nobody sees. Nobody's the wiser.
Are you announcing that you're going in as well? Like you're making it aware to the rest of the party?
She's like, Talon, I expect you to join us as soon as you're done cleaning up out here. Everyone, let's move.
Perfect. All right. Yes. So y'all see Cera disappear into the pillar below. Brennard, it is your turn. You see Cera go in. What do you do?
So wait, this is the entrance here. This.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You know what? Actually, it's not that unsafe. I'm still on difficult right now.
This thing died, so no, the terrain is no longer.
Oh,
difficult.
okay. Make it there, huh? Like an opportunity attack,
Yes.
but I mean that's way worth it.
Perfect. Yeah. He will swipe at you
Miss.
and crit fail.
Nice.
Nice. Or 20, indeed.
And I'll take my bird with me. Also, I dropped a new token for my bird if you want to use that instead, just so it's a little more visible.
I do have that. I got that coming up right away. All right, perfect. Yes, Brennard slips into the tunnel, into the pillar, into the tunnels beneath. Melu, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move right here. And I'm gonna stay kind of in the very front of this tunnel to make sure that Ellida gets here before I go in.
Aww.
Okay, nice. Because the bone blights and the flesh blights are it's the bone blights' turn. There aren't really bone blights left, so we're gonna go to the top of the round. The gong rings one more time, and the portal is like fully opened at this point. Before it was like mostly open, but at this point it is like it's fully agape wide. And as you do so, Talon is just holding the position, protecting you guys. We'll just skip on over to Ellida. Ellida, what do you do?
Can I just run? Can I just run like this? Hold on, this way.
Fuck yeah, you absolutely can. You gun it into the thing, into the hole.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Let's run over
Absolutely, yeah. You run as fast as you can into the hole, and you make it no problem. And you run past Melu, and you make it in.
Give them
That
a
makes it
high
I
five.
believe Melu's turn. Give Melu a high five. Perfect.
Yes, yeah, I'll high five her, and then I will just follow Ellida right into the portal.
Perfect. All right, and with that, you all head down into the tunnels, and the pillar shuts behind y'all, sending y'all into darkness. And with that, let's go to break.
Hey!
Awesome. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll meet back at 9:40. Sound good?
All right,
Okay.
sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
All right. Stick around, y'all. We'll be right back.
And hello,
Hey,
everybody.
Yes, welcome back to Exploits of the Golden Shadows, episode 1. We're just back from hiatus. we're diving into a new layer. But before we get back into the game, I do just want to give a shout out to everybody who showed up and is hanging out in chat today and is watching. Thanks so much for being here. I super appreciate all y'all. I know everybody in the crew appreciates everybody being here tonight. Thanks again. Thanks again for being here. If you're enjoying the show, make sure you drop a follow. We're going to be doing these every other Sunday, so the next one's 2 weeks from now. And then I also do normal streaming on my own time and different things. That one's more by myself. But if you want to just watch the D&D show, fuck yeah, come on down. It's a great time. Sorry, go on. But yeah. So yeah, let's go ahead and dive back in. So y'all walk down, entering into the column tunnel. It descends slowly into the earth. And Melu, you're the last in as you hear one final gong of the bell, and the tunnel quickly shuts. The door quickly shuts behind you, plunging y'all into darkness a little bit. Y'all have dark vision, so it's not a huge issue at the moment. Everything's in like low light tones currently. But yeah, y'all are heading down just a little bit. It's not very deep, maybe 30-40 feet down into the earth, which terminates into a door, which y'all open and find yourself in this small room. The room itself is about a 10-foot by 10 room. It's kind of cramped, dusty. You get the kind of sense that it's maybe an entry hall. It looks pretty disused though. It doesn't look like there's a lot going on, at least lately. In this room, you see to the north a shut door, and to the south you see a door slightly ajar. What would y'all like to do?
Well, as soon as we're down here, Melu is gonna look at Cera, and be like, "Are you all right? You took quite a few hits out there."
You know, I wouldn't say no to some healing.
Okay. And I'll set my hand on her shoulder, and I will cast Cure Wounds on Cera. So much. So very much. Oh, I cast that at the wrong level. I casted it first. I meant to cast it at second.
Oh.
But that's okay. Just throw another D8 on there. I think it should be the same, right?
Yes, it should be 2d8. So, hold on.
Perfect.
That's an additional 6.
Oh, nice.
Anyone else need a touch up?
So that's 11 total, right?
What is 5 plus 6?
Yep.
11.
Thank you.
No,
Don't
thank
ask
you.
me to do math.
It's all good. Sarah's just like, thank you for helping out a young old lady. Or am I an old young lady? Never mind.
How old are you?
Old enough.
All right.
Old enough to technically remember when this was in the morning.
Oh wow.
Oh. That's older than I thought.
That's fine. So she stretches, and you said that there was one door that was slightly ajar and another door that is completely closed?
Correct. The door to the north is completely shut. The door to the south is slightly ajar, and you can even maybe see in a little bit.
Gotcha. Can I press my ear to the door north of us and see if I can hear anything on the other side?
Absolutely. Give me a perception check.
Sure thing, boss.
Also, because I only mentioned it while we were on the BRB, I'm gonna use mending and fix up my homunculus.
Yeah, sounds good. Absolutely. So Sarah, you push your ear to the door, and the first thing that you notice is touching the door, it gives slightly, but it doesn't open all the way. And in fact, pushing your ear up against it and resting your weight, it holds you. It holds you there. And listening, the door seems to be quite thick, but even through the thickness of the wood, you hear something going on behind the door. You hear some kind of not commotion, but you hear movement behind the door. Definitely. You also hear like you can't make out words, but you um like the feeling of sound hitting the door and the reverberations therein. While you can't make out the specific words, you can feel the general lilt and the rhythm of someone talking behind the door.
It sounds like there's someone talking behind it on the other side of this. That doesn't sound right.
You think someone's been stuck in here?
Well, they should have perished by now, but maybe.
Well,
But I can't really make out anything. I can just tell that it's a voice.
I mean, those flesh monsters were screaming.
Well, this definitely isn't screaming.
Yeah, but they can talk maybe. Do we want to risk that?
Thing here could be alive or not alive. Talon was making that clear. And that's when Brennard kind of looks around and kind of looks back up the hole and kind of hopes that Talon's okay up there.
He'll be fine, Brennard.
While this is happening, Melu is gonna go up to there's a closed door as well, right?
The closed door is the one that Cera leaned against.
No,
The
well,
one
I thought
to
you
the,
were...
to the south is open though. Sorry. Go on.
Okay, so wait, so there's a closed door that Cera is leaning against and one that is slightly ajar?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to get closer to the one that is slightly ajar and see if I can kind of peek through it to see what's through there.
Sure. Yeah. Looking in, go ahead and make me a perception check.
Yeah.
See what you can see.
21.
Perception. Nice. So even in the dim lighting, even in the darkness, you can see that it appears that this southern area is some kind of sleeping quarters. You see cots, the shapes of cots and bedding and small little chests arranged in that room.
All right. And there's no like other noticeable features.
It's a little tricky to see with the lights out, but you don't like notice any. For example, that room is very still and silent. There isn't any noises or anything going on. It's pretty quiet in that room.
Okay. All right. Melu will look at the group and be like, "Doesn't seem like there's anyone in there."
Well, I will say, if we're going to make an entrance, we may as well deal with any potential threats first. Then we can take our time looking around.
That's a good idea.
If they're alive, they may need help.
Or they may need stabbing.
Yeah.
Or help, baby.
Help might be
Yes.
ending it.
Maybe we should just go see what's actually in there first.
Okay, is the door locked, Sarah? Like, can you open it?
Or we can get it open. And with that, Sarah goes to push the door open.
So the door, while not being barred, there is tension on the other side of the door. As you attempt to push it open, it feels like it's jammed.
Alright, it's a little old, just need to put a little elbow grease behind it, and she pushes harder.
Sure. Go ahead and make me an athletics check. If you have a crowbar as well, you can make that an advantage.
Can I use my sword as a crowbar?
If you're okay with potentially sundering it. Oh wait. This is a magic weapon, isn't it? This is your
It
your
sure is.
Then I would say you could turn your packed weapon into a crowbar if you want.
Huh. Well, I did get a 15 on my athletics.
15 will do it. So with the 15 athletics, with your with your magic sword being used to open the door, it's almost like opening a jam jar. And the first initial moment is difficult to get open, but once you've got it, it just pops and it slides open. And as the door pushes wide, you see underneath it flesh being scraped away. And inside this room, it looks much like the exterior of the town, covered in flesh rolling up the walls and over benches and tables and stuff. However, what is also immediately aware upon the opening of the door is that there is talking happening. However, the discussion that is being had appears to be happening with itself. Like multiple voices are speaking simultaneously, and they're both simultaneously agreeing and disagreeing with the other voices that are happening, and micro conversations are happening off in other directions, and suddenly the air is very busy with this talk. And as you peek in, Cera, I feel like from your perspective as well, from your corner shot, you would be able to see one of those gibbering mouthers that had been outside, except this one is large, really large. It's large, and it looks like multiple-
Oh no.
it looks like an amalgam one, but it's not screaming, it's not crying, it's talking. What do y'all do?
That
Here's what
is
Gibbering Mouther looks
big
well.
fucking boy.
He's a big chongus.
And that is exactly what Sarah says too. She says that is a big fucking boy.
What is it? Is it another bone thing?
No, do you remember the gibberers?
Oh no. Not one of those.
Think of that, except about
Oh.
way bigger.
Yeah, I think when you open that door. Not sure we should head that way.
It's gross and it's talking to itself.
Maybe we should go the other way.
Talking?
Yeah,
What
talking.
do you know what language it's speaking?
Actually, yeah, do I know what language it's speaking?
I feel like everybody would be able to hear the conversation, even if the door is only cracked open a little bit, and the conversation is happening in many languages. Mostly common, but you do hear a few other snippets of a couple of other languages as well. Elven, Dwarven, Draconic maybe a little bit too.
Ooh.
A little
Oh,
goblin
that's
phrases.
lovely. Sarah knows Elven, Common, and Draconic.
Oh, good for you.
Oh.
I know none of
And
those.
so listening-
Well,
so
actually, wait,
listening
I
to the
know common.
conversation. Yeah. And everybody, y'all listening to this conversation, it seems to be almost going like through a logical proof. Brennard especially, it sounds like they're talking about an experiment, maybe.
I say we head, and he points to the door that's like behind them now.
I'm really
I'm with you.
fascinated about what's happening in here, though.
Sarah, that's a bad idea, Sarah. You're already hurt.
Sarah, you told us not to touch a cat, but you want to go after that thing?
I know, I'm still
Yeah.
thinking about that cat.
Yeah. I feel like we shouldn't have left that cat behind.
I feel like you guys have never met a cat before.
I have met many cats.
Alright then. Cats are the most manipulative, vicious little things on this continent. They will use their adorableness to lure you into a false sense of security, and then boom, your hand is now Swiss cheese.
Who hurt you?
A cat.
A cat, clearly.
Ellida puts her hand on Sarah's shoulder, just like, whatever happened, I am so sorry.
Please take your hand off of me.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just
Oh.
saying. It sound. Tell me I'm wrong. It sounds like it's trying to work through some kind of issue.
issue I want to help solve.
Do you think
What
there
if it's
are several people in there? Like, if they're speaking all these different languages, do you think there's several people
In it?
in one? Yeah. And if it's that big, as you guys are saying,
that's possible?
I'm not sure I want to think about that.
So, you said that it sounds like it is working through just like just like it's working through like a logic puzzle. Like kind of what does that sound like?
there's
Like,
a,
are there any
it's-
specific like words or anything that it's saying that would key us in to what it's trying to work through?
I think Brennard specifically would be able to pick up on this. It sounds like it's working on some form of, maybe not alchemical infusion, but it sounds like it may be working on some form of artifice or something like that. Like you're
Brennard?
hearing conversation and snippets of dialogue about like strength of materials and power sources and that kind of stuff. It's almost kind of technical in the nature of the jargon.
And do we know specifically what we're looking for in here?
Yeah.
I know we
no,
were
you
here
do
for
not.
like an
You
item
just-
that was in here, but I'm not sure if we have details about it.
You do not have details about it. You just know that there was some treasure, some rare thing hidden away that it wasn't stated specifically what the artifact was in the secret missive that was intercepted. It was just stated that there was some a powerful object is now back on the board. Is what the euphemism was used.
This is the worst part of working for a secret society.
Why don't they tell us things? That would be so much more helpful.
those beds.
That
in
will
the
kind of
room?
defeat. That will kind of defeat the purpose of working for a secret society if they told us everything.
What we're looking for.
One of
Those
those you
beds?
know it when you see it type things. You get used to it.
Let's I don't think that thing can fit through this door. Let's leave it for now. We can always check back later if we're not able to find it.
Agreed.
It's pretty amorphous. I'm sure it could fit through the door.
Why don't we check the other room first? And then if we're not finding anything, we can come back to this.
Ellida's already kind of peeking through the door.
Let's see.
Sarah, have you opened the door fully, or just like opened it like a crack to be able to see through?
Not even like halfway, like a quarter.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So Ellida, it would be enough that Ellida would be able to squeeze up and see through, though, for sure. Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm gonna look through that bottom room and I'm like, are those beds?
Like beds.
Those are a lot of beds.
I'm assuming it's probably a barracks. And fine, we'll check it out before we go check out the flesh monster.
Thank you.
All I can say is, in most of my travels, that's probably where the thing is.
Who goes?
Barrett.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is anybody using a torch at this point, or are you also relying on your dark vision? Because just as a friendly reminder, if you're using dark vision, that means that everything is you would be having disadvantage on perception checks if it's not lit up, and also your passive perceptions are going to be at a -5 as well. So it's up to y'all. I just wanted to let y'all remind y'all.
Can I do? I can probably do a lights. Can I do a light scan trip? Let me see.
I have dancing lights, so I'll pop those up. Start sending them throughout the room.
yeah. Just I too
Sure,
will just join everyone in the barracks.
Timbo, can you roll
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everybody also would have torches as well, that they would be able to light from their packs if they don't have spells or what have you. So don't worry too hard if you don't have a magical form of light.
Brennard,
go
who has
ahead and-
probably carved half of his.
Yeah.
Wait, we're supposed to use those as torches?
Oh no, what's that?
Even-
What is that?
Melu, how much light do the orbs generate?
Just like a little bit. It's torch-sized lights within range, making them appear as
Okay.
torches, lanterns, or glowing orbs that hover in the air during the duration.
And they do the same amount of light as a torch does?
Yes, each one of them does.
Okay, great. So that's 20 feet of bright, 20 feet of dim.
Yep.
Great. Save settings. This thing should be lit up now. Is this ball lighting up?
It is, yes.
Great. That's your dealio. That's your
Oh,
thing.
okay.
I'll make sure you can control them too. But yeah, so y'all enter into this room. It's a pretty shabby kind of like maybe not decrepit, but it's definitely not very well taken care for barracks. There are multiple beds that are in various states of disuse. Many of them aren't even made. A few like half, like almost like chest of drawer style little foot drawers are at the foot of each of the beds. And yeah, as y'all are taking a look around, it's pretty plain, pretty standard. Each of the little beds next to them, they have like a little table and stuff for like, you know, putting reading material or potentially your reading glasses there. As y'all take a look around, since everybody is coming into the room, it sounds like, and everybody is taking a look around. How about everybody roll perception checks for me?
Perception.
As good as it's been the last few times.
Let's see, where's mine?
Wow, that was so wonderful.
R.I.P.
Can't see shit. Join the squad, Brennard.
Brennard has a -1.
Okay, so so the room is pretty bare. There's not really a lot going on in it, but Melu and Ellida, as y'all kind of edge towards the end of the room, like around this area, under this, as y'all are kind of just looking around, Melu, you notice that on this table back here, there is like what appears to be a journal. And Ellida, underneath that bed, underneath the cot that the journal is at, you find like a wrapped up rag, kind of hidden underneath the floorboard.
Oh. I want to take that out. I also flung my icon somewhere to have no idea where it was.
Just yeeted yourself
Oh,
into the void, huh?
Yote.
Where did you go?
I don't. Oh, there I am.
Oh,
There I
you're
am.
under Cera.
Okay.
All right. Well,
I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna unwrap that wrap thing and try to unwrap it.
Absolutely. So, Ellida, you find that the object in question is a piece of clothing. It's incredibly ugly. It's just like something about the pattern on it or like the color choice. It looks just hideous. But as you're holding it, you notice that I'm almost picturing like a disgusting plaid. You notice the plaid pattern is kind of shifting and shimmering underneath the outfit and underneath the garment, and you notice also that the piece of clothing itself is a cloak.
Oh.
Oh
Whoa!
no, it's really ugly, but it's got a good bonus.
Can she? Can she try to put it on?
So you're just
You-
gonna
you
try
can
and put it on.
absolutely
You're
put
not
it on.
gonna try and suss out what it does or anything. You're just
I
gonna
love this for
immediately
us.
put it on.
She is a chaos sorceress.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ellida,
Ass.
you put the cloak on around your neck, and as you do so, the like it sits on you for a moment before it goes through, almost like, you know how certain cephalopods like cuttlefish or octopuses, like octopi rather, their skin and their bodies, they can manipulate their texture and their color and their patterning at will. It almost does something like that for you, where it like it like almost syncs with your magic, your energy, and as a result, like shimmering down its form for just a brief moment, for about 5 seconds or so, it shimmers through like an entire spectrum of the rainbow before going back to the shape or the color and the pattern it was
Oh!
before.
Whoa!
Ellida has octo camo now.
I'm gonna start reading through the
And
journal while this is going
Yeah.
on.
no, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Ellida with her flashy cloak over there. Melu is just like, oh yeah, spooky. I love that.
I mean, meanwhile, Brennard and Cera are just in the can't see shit squad, so they're just kind of like, eh.
You're an
I
elf.
feel
You're
like- I feel like
supposed to
maybe-
be able to see stuff.
Yeah.
What?
You have those big elf eyes.
Mhm.
Hey,
I feel like maybe Brainerd and Sarah are just like, maybe they're relaxing on one of the cots or so, like after a hard fought battle.
Chit chat.
Yeah.
Sarah's still
Um,
just like. I really want to see what's in the other room.
So Melu, as you're thumbing through this journal,
Mhm.
it's pretty sparse for the most part. It's mostly like it seems to be like just mostly this person keeping like very brief records about like their day. It doesn't seem to be like a technical manual or anything, but it's like it's written like somebody who with a technical mind would write, right? Like it's not very flowery or full of prose. It's very kind of bullet pointed information. It's fairly boring for the most part until you get to the end. At which point there is one of the final entry in the journal is talking about the writer of the journal is talking about how a new thing has arrived in the research facility, and nobody's ever seen or heard of anything like it before. But it's very powerful, and he's excited to be able to research it. However, the final paragraph of the journal states that something is going on. Members of the research facility are in a panic, and something's going on the surface, and then it just ends, like right
Okay.
there. Nothing more.
Okay. I'll relay that to everyone and explain what's in it and be like, I feel like this guy was writing this entry just as the morning happened.
Sarah kind of strokes her chin, and then she gets very wide eyes. Like
You
she
don't
just had a
think-
revelation.
No.
But what if it is?
What?
What?
What if that abomination in there is an amalgamation of the entire research team?
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Your mind did not go where my mind went.
Where did your mind go?
I mean, okay, so this is gonna sound crazy, which is why I didn't believe it for a minute.
All right.
What if whatever they were researching caused the morning?
Oh.
That's crazy. Nobody knows what caused the mourning, Brennard. It could have been a million things. I could have caused the mourning. I didn't.
Did
I
you?
mean, yeah, you could
I
have.
could have.
Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't talk about who caused it per se. Maybe that's. Maybe you think somebody caused it. Maybe they didn't cause it.
What?
Just nervously starts like.
Why are you blending in with that bed?
Oh, is that what it? Am I blending in with the bed? Just really eager to change the subject.
No.
Go on.
No, you just
Oh.
look like you're wearing a really
Mourning.
ugly cloak.
Oh, like, am I
never
blending in with the
mind.
ghost? I want to know what this thing does. Anyway, as the people
it
in
makes
there.
you look like you have even worse fashion sense than you already do, dear.
She pauses for a second. Thanks.
You're both wearing a lot of black.
Yes,
Your fashion choices aren't that different.
but they are. This is custom. That is
Custom.
not the cloak.
Oh. Yeah.
Although, I thought you were talking about her normal clothes.
Me too.
Brennard's gonna pull out his wand and kind of aim it at the cloak, and I'm gonna see if I can tell what school of magic it has.
Sure. Let me. Oh, yes. It's illusion magic.
Okay. So it does seem to be something to do with illusion, so maybe that camo is part of it.
So it's supposed to look ugly on purpose.
Well, it was. Did you see it for a second? It looked kind of rainbowy, right? Like it looked kind of rainbowy for a second.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh.
I
Well,
saw
that's-
that.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, let's say only Ellida and Melu saw that.
Yeah, it transformed for a little bit. Like this could do something. I just don't know what exactly. Besides being not ugly, sometimes.
I mean, yes, I'm sure, but anyway, back to what we were saying.
Well, yeah, anything could have caused the mourning, but like, if they were researching something, and we're supposed to get it, and getting it is what seems to have been the same day as the mourning. I mean, I think it's crazy too, but that was where my brain went to.
Okay, yes, that is a possibility. However, my dear sweet Brennard, the only way that we're going to find out is going into that other room. It's our only other option. I don't think
Now
we're
it
going to
is.
find
I
much
figured-
more in here.
I figured there would be a hallway or something this side.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that that is our only option now.
All right, so let's go. And with that, she walks out.
Maybe don't go alone. He's following.
Alita's still wearing the cloak, but she coming.
Wear the cloak all you want.
We want to see what it does.
Wait, but what's the plan? Are you just gonna walk straight in there?
Okay.
No, I meant, are you
this.
gonna try and be stealthy?
I'm going to walk in. You guys are going to hang back. Weapons ready.
Right.
If I give the signal, come in, guns a-blazing.
What's the signal?
I don't know, me screaming.
That seems like a bad signal.
That agreed.
It's a pretty clear signal.
Say it clear. I said it was bad.
Couldn't it be a word you could say before you're screaming? You know, so
Alright,
that we
Zed's
know
left
before
nipple.
you've been hurt?
I will scream Zed's left nipple.
Zed's our contact.
Oh shoot, I forgot about that. Never
That's our
mind.
boss.
That session.
Sarah, can I just walk in with? Can I just just follow right behind you? Like there's
Please no.
Do you want to wear the
Shouldn't go
coat?
in alone.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. It's not for that. It's just the last thing I need is for you to have a surge of wild magic while I'm possibly trying to reason with whatever this is
Oh,
Yeah, that's such
and
a
maybe
good idea.
scare it.
is that what? Oh, she looks disappointed. Okay.
Well, what if I went with you?
I guess.
All right.
I don't know
I'll
what you
follow
guys are so-
Sarah
I don't know
into
what
the
you guys
thing.
are so worried about. Sarah's going to, she's gonna, man, she's gonna get this door unjammed again.
It slides open easier the second time.
Oh, thank goodness. And she's going to walk in, but not. I mean, she's going to be careful with it. It's not just like, boom, I'm here. What's up?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
So when you open the door for the second time, you find that there is a new piece of furniture right next to the door that wasn't there a moment ago. And on that new piece of furniture, it's a little table. And on the table, there is a teapot with 4 saucers and 4 cups, ready when waiting for you.
That wasn't there. Oh wait, actually, let me put her here. She's like that. That wasn't there.
The
At
table?
which point, the as you're recognizing this new addition to the room, the thing will look at you and say,
Yes, we often find a nice cup of tea can be rather relaxing in stressful times, don't you?
Oh boy.
Oh no. I don't like any of that.
Well, thank you for the hospitality. So you just knew we were here.
Yes, you seemed a little nervous, so I thought maybe some tea might bring you out of the hole that you're in over there. I have, I brewed up some chamomile for the nerves, but I also have a little bit of oolong as well.
He has a variety. Well, yes, thank you. About the tea, yes. It's very nice, lovely. As a matter of fact, we really appreciate the hospitality. So far, everything else has been just terrible. But, it's not so much that I was nervous before. I just didn't want to interrupt you. You really sounded like you were, you were discussing something important with, yourself.
Yes, we have a lot of discussions here. We talk about it a lot. We're still working away. You must be talking about those above. Hmm. Yes, we don't care for them down here. We like to keep to ourselves.
I see. Oh, forgive me for my rude manners. My name is Cera Stormhollow, and these are my compatriots. Do you have a name or perhaps a title that you like to go by?
We are we.
We?
Wait.
You just like we?
Yes, it is accurate.
Okay, succinct. I like it. That works.
Yes, welcome in, and it will gesture with multiple limbs and appendages at the rest of the party as they are like peering in. You all can smell the tea, and despite the little bit of funk and aroma in the room, it smells delicious. And we will wave you in and say, "We have more than enough for everyone. Come on in."
Well, it would be rude just to, stand and just peer inside like that, everyone.
Ellida takes off her cloak and stuffs it in one of her bags,
Follows.
and then hops in. Hey.
Can I get can I do like an insight check to like try and get a read on we? How am I feeling about them?
Sure, just like a general vibe check.
Yeah, just like a straight vibe
General
check.
vibe check.
You got it.
Gotta
You
know
could
the vibes. Oh my god.
a 10
My
for the
wisdom
vibe
is so
check.
high, and it was a 10.
You get the sense that we is trying to be a gracious host.
Oh.
Good. Lovely.
I will say as well, Brennard, as you walk in, you're the last into the door, and you notice that, like, despite being somewhat flesh covered, it is surprisingly technical in this room. There are machines and workbenches and tables all set up, and despite the occasional flesh tendril drooping across various things, it all seems to be in pretty much working order and is being maintained.
I look at what maybe some of these things do and roll like Arcana
Sure,
or something to
absolutely.
try and get an idea of like what was being researched.
Definitely. Give me an Arcana check at advantage.
Ooh. $26. Ooh, a nat 22.
Critical.
Ooh, very nice.
Nice.
You love to see it.
Yeah, you can tell basically at a glance that this facility was used and is still currently being used to research something to do with dragon charts.
Oh.
That's why I gave you advantage on the roll, because you are fairly intimately aware of these kinds of machines and these kinds of technologies because of the nature of the work that you do.
Can I get any insight into like what they might have been trying to do with them, or just that they're using them?
Weapons. You get the sense that they were
Okay.
making weapons in this place. Trying to come up with new weapons powered by dragon charts.
It's gonna pick up the tea. They're getting a good vibe from
He has,
this
like,
guy.
We has like multiple faces and multiple like bits of body kind of spread out around the room. They're not just like one entity. That they have like a kind of a large mound in the middle. They're multiple, but you do kind of get like the sense that they're maybe looking at everybody a little expectantly. And the tea.
Yeah, Melu picks up the tea, starts sipping it.
Oh, just immediately start
tastes-
sipping it.
I rolled insight and it was a 10. I think they're a gracious host.
Fair enough.
Before we factor out what happens with Melu drinking the tea, does anybody else drink the tea?
Cera will take some tea, but she has not sipped it yet. She will give it a little. She'll give it a sniff, but on the low.
It smells they're aromatic. It smells just like chamomile.
Lovely. Do believe that would dull my senses at the moment, so I will hold off.
Ellida's taking the tea. It's very nice.
And
of
drinking
this
it?
queen. Yeah.
Nice. So, Melu and Ellida, as y'all go to sip the tea, it's delicious. It's fragrant, full-bodied, and it's a surprisingly good cup of tea. We looks very pleased at itself as when it's seeing y'all enjoy the tea, and it goes. There was not the last, but resources are. Sorry.
That was maybe not the last, but resources are a little hard to come by around here, so I hope you enjoy that pot.
Oh, it's delicious. Thank you.
Yes, it's very good.
Yes, one of us, Sorry, go on.
I imagine you've been saving this for a special occasion.
Yes, we do not get guests very much at all. In fact, you were the first in and it will do like a quick calculation. It will start.
It will start like talking to itself a little bit, like it's trying to figure out how long it's been, and it will say, I as the DM don't have a specific time, but it will say down to the month and day of when the morning happened.
Oh,
But yes, we one of us used to very much enjoy hosting and having little tea parties, and that still lives on in us, I suppose.
See,
Did-
so are well, forgive me, I don't want to be rude, but are you a collective conscious of all the researchers that used to live here?
It's complicated. There are many of us, and there is also one of us. We have differentiation and solidity. It's complicated. We are not like those on the surface, though.
Yes, that's very clear.
did you want this?
What?
This causes asking that question to we, asking whether or not they wanted this, causes them to go into a little bit of a feud with themselves. And there are multiple voices with multiple different pitches, tones, and inclinations talking in different languages. And for like 10, 15 seconds before the collective voice of we comes back.
No, but this is the ideal, unfortunately.
Oh.
We started like them on the surface, but there was one that was not like them, and he made us like them.
Somebody
he
made
made
you
us-
like?
It made us like him.
Who is? Does he have a name?
Ah, yes, and now we come to my favorite part. We have talked about this ad nauseum, but if you would like more information, if you would like that knowledge, we only ask for knowledge in return.
Okay. What kind of knowledge?
Anything that we do not know.
Oh.
Interesting. We don't know what you know.
Yes, it is quite the conundrum, isn't it? We will have to find out, won't we? If I am a fair sport, and if it is something that I do not know, I will give you information for it.
Okay. Does anybody have any cool
Really?
secrets?
Well, we all have secrets, Ellida.
Like cool secrets.
Like about the world, I'm assuming, not about us individually.
We are of the world, aren't we?
Depends how interesting the secret is, I suppose.
Hmm.
Do you expect each of us to give you information or just one of us?
Whoever wants to know, whoever has a question can give us information. But if you have no question, then there was no trade to be had.
Oh. Well, we should kind of figure out who.
Oh, well, we're also looking for something, so. Does the name Golden Shadows mean anything to we? To you?
We will recoil slightly at the name, and it will begin to bicker slightly with itself again. At which point, it will say, "Oh, sorry."
We will again. It will begin to bicker with itself slightly with its multiple voices, and then it will say,
If you are attempting to get information without a fair trade, you will not be successful.
I mean, that wasn't my intention. I just thought that maybe I could narrow down a potential topic, at least.
In that case, then we are aware of the Golden Shadow.
Let's see. Boy, trying to come up with knowledge right off the top of your head is
Not
a
easy.
little hard. Not easy at all.
Is there anything that you are willing to say that you don't know, or anything you'd want to know more about?
I have been trapped in the Mourning for over 1.5 years at this point. There must be going-ons outside the world that I am not aware of.
Well, did you know about the kobold that became a leader in drum? Melu would know this better than Jess does. But Melu will start talking about the kobold that we tricked.
Sure,
Or
yeah.
just generally.
This will interest we, and we has not heard about this. I don't even think we knows that Drome exists, because Drome kind of came together after the Mourning. So we is fascinated by that. And so the information about kobolds, the information about Drome, and the information about the Hag Triumvirate would all be three things that would be interesting to we. So I would say that y'all get 3 questions based off of that.
Ooh.
What do we ask?
What object? Probably. And who the person who did this was that they talked about.
Yes, okay, agreed.
I would say who caused this. Also,
Who caused what? Like, who transformed them, or
who transformed them, and then
The he that they
also-
talked about, yeah.
Yeah.
maybe what were they? What was the? We heard that there was a powerful item. Like, what was the powerful item that they acquired right before the Mourning?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
hold on, slow down. We should also ask what was being researched here. They would
I
know-
know, but
Well, I think that's the same thing. The object that arrived just before the Mourning, I think they were researching it.
All right.
I could be wrong, but that's my
I'll
gut
gi-
feeling.
it was your trade, so like I'll give you final say on the questions, but I definitely
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was
for
trying to
that.
do this as a collective thing. Okay, Melu will look up at them and say, and start with, do you know who the he was that transformed you and made you not like the ones out there?
Dr. Travern, he was in the room with the artifact when the day happened. We all just went to goo, like the ones upstairs, outside. But Dr. Travern, he was different. He wasn't like us, but when he joined with us, we became like him. We are researching that too.
Oh my god, that raises so many more questions.
Always does.
The artifact that Dr. Travern was in the room with, what was that?
Only Dr. Travern knows. He was the only one that got to see it. He was the only one there in the room that day. He doesn't come out much anymore, though. We like to think he's tired.
Oh.
So he's still here. Oh no. can we go see the object in Dr. Travern?
Dr. Travern is here with us in the collective. However, if you want to see the object, you can. It's just down this hall, past the painting, and a hand will like form out of the viscera, out of the flesh, and open this door down to the south, down here.
Melu will look at the group and be like, I don't know, guys. I feel like we should go down that hallway.
We still have a third question. Can we?
I think that was my third question, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you asked 3.
Whoops.
Technically,
I cannot
yes.
count.
You're good.
I think that we should go check it out, because if we have any more questions, we can come back and trade some more knowledge with we.
Yes, agreed. Agreed.
Yes.
Thank you, Wee, for your knowledge.
And the tea. The tea was delicious.
And also
Wait,
the tea.
Yes,
Well-
thank you for being such a gracious host. And with that, Cera takes a sip of tea.
I want to know more about the object. Can you tell us what it is? And here, and Brennard thinks for a minute before he decides to tell we the sort of ideal procedures for finding dragon shard veins based on his upbringing in the cogs in Sharn.
Oh, that would definitely be information that that we would be interested in. We will take that information happily. What was your question one more time, Mystrich?
What can we tell us about the object, like its function or purpose?
Dr. Travern was the only one that saw it. He knew all about it. He knew the debrief. He's not here right now, but I might be able to bring him to the surface. It may not be pleasant. He likes to sleep.
Should let him sleep.
Should we, or should
I
we find out
agree.
what we're going down to look at? I
think
honestly, I don't want to end up like, no offense, but I don't want to end up like we.
None
Good
taken.
point, actually.
you don't want to become a we with the rest of us and we.
No, I like my crimson complexion. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. I personally think, especially with we saying that waking the doctor is less than pleasant, perhaps we should save that for now.
If he's a man of research, he should be happy to wake up and talk about what he was researching.
Or maybe he's gone a little mad in that time. Maybe he's a little angry. Maybe there's a reason why he stays asleep.
Little double-edged sword to wake him up, I feel like.
But is it better going in without knowing what we're dealing with?
There's no guarantee that waking him is going to give us the information that we need.
No, but it's better than going in blind.
And what if we wake him, it angers him?
Well, then
Then
we
what?
tried.
But what if we end up fighting we because of that?
I mean, I don't want to make any declarations. I'm not trying to fight. I'm trying to get us information.
I understand. We're also trying to get information. We're just having a disagreement about how we should gain it.
I can go look at the item. I don't mind.
Brennard's kind of right, actually, though. What if the item is the reason that we wound up being a collective?
I think it's better to risk it. We need to know what we're dealing with. Listen, I worked in mines. The last thing you want is to go down into a mine without knowing what protective gear you want.
We so terribly sorry to ask this of you, but could you please wake the doctor for us?
Thank you.
I can try.
We like goes into the fugue state moment where it's arguing with itself for a moment. You hear like from one section of the room, this corner section, you like hear like a scream begin to develop and then become full blast. It's loud and piercing, and it fills your ears. It fills everybody's ears with a cacophony before falling hush and silent. Before you hear a voice, not like Wheeze. This is a singular voice, and it goes, "What do you want?"
We're
Doctor?
Yes, you just woke up. You interrupted my dream.
we're
do you want?
here to ask about the object you were studying. We were hoping you could tell us more about it.
Ugh, that cursed thing. Are you here to remove it? I assume you're treasure hunters or something of ill repute?
Not
I don't think
quite. I wouldn't consider us treasure hunters. More like sent on a mission of reconnaissance, research.
We're procurement experts.
Ah, so grave robbers, I see. Well, either way, I would be more than happy to be rid of that device, of that thing, that, and there's like a look of revulsion on Wee's many faces. That thing made me into what you now see before you.
Is there a safe way to remove it?
We're currently in our exploration phase of research, but we believe that there was some form of interaction that occurred between the artifact and the Mourning when that happened.
So it should be stable now.
How long has it been?
A while.
Then yes.
Do you have any idea what its intended purpose is? I assume it's
The
not
doctor will-
a fusion item.
The doctor will laugh at the question. Its intended purpose. That's a joke. Well, you'll know what I mean when you see it.
Doctor, did you perhaps work for an organization?
This whole facility was under the bounds of an organization, which I am assuming has since fallen.
Could you please speak the name to me?
That I cannot do.
Interesting. Is it because you won't do it, or because you can't?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what do we do from here?
If there isn't anything more, I would like to go back to sleep now.
I think you can go ahead. I think that was... Well, we didn't want to end up a second we.
It's understandable. Good night. And the voice will
Well-
fade.
Good
I
night.
truly think becoming a Wii would have been... It might not be as bad as you think.
That.
You know, you'd have to... currently...
Mm-hmm.
Ah, good point. Well, Let's go.
We will say to y'all as y'all are exiting.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, E, and thank you for the tea. It was delicious.
I did put the cloak in my bag.
It's
Oh yeah, I got you. I got you. I got you, Raichkyu.
Once we take a long rest, I can, or any rest really, I can identify it. Did I prepare identify? Actually, no, I didn't. So we'd have to take a long rest. So I can tell you
I think it's an
tomorrow what it
identify-
does.
Isn't identify a ritual?
Yes, but it does say on the artificer list you have to have the ritual prepared.
Oh, that's so pointless. Okay. Wait. Okay, great. So y'all head off in down the corridor that we suggested. This corridor is even more dilapidated and run down than the barracks were. It appears that on the walls there used to be a couple of portraits there, but they've since fallen to ruin, completely like just torn up. One of them, though, the one at the very end of the hall, this one, it looks like this used to be a secret passage that has since completely collapsed and is filled with rubble. However, over on this other side, you do notice that this is there is a painting that looks like it is slightly ajar off the wall.
Let's take a peek behind it.
yeah.
I would
Perfect. Yeah,
also. Actually, let me check if I can. How long it goes. So I'm gonna take out my wand of magic detection again and kind of start scanning around this area.
Sure, and that's like a 30-foot field that's not interrupted by like stone. Wood,
Yeah,
or
it goes through like
land,
1 foot of like everything.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Yeah,
Unless
you're not
there's
picking up
suddenly
anything
that, you
up just
know,
yet other-
that 1 inch of lead that stops Superman, so it has to stop every magic item.
Right. You're currently not getting any magical feedback from your wand. However, you, other than the inherent magic that was going on in Wee's laboratory. So, Cera, you move up to the painting and you pull it aside.
Yep.
Okay. You do so, and behind it you see a hallway stretching into darkness. Down the hall. You can see it terminates about 30 feet down, and turns to the left.
Alrighty.
Also, now that we're in a separate room, I'm gonna kind of whisper to everyone, like, that lab was being used to research weapons, by the way.
Oh.
Obviously
for
didn't
what?
want to bring that up in case it backfired on us.
Yeah, good point.
You think weapons for the war?
Could have been. I mean, there were plenty of other factories. I mean, even I was hammering swords away left and right, but it's definitely,
There's
it makes me
just-
feel this place is very dangerous.
Melu is following Sarah.
I feel like y'all could be having this conversation while y'all are while
Yeah.
y'all are walking down the corridor.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you're
sure.
just,
So
100%, but Sarah is also just like noticeably
Whoa.
like ahead.
so I will say on this first stretch of floor, you notice that there
my like roll
ground
20 is
itself-
lagging bad too, of course.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I can push you forward if you like, miss.
Yeah, it's like I get there and then it snaps me back.
Oh, that's
Ooh, I
man,
hate
that.
that.
Yeah, that sounds like some kind of
Just-
desync. But yeah, so on this first stretch of this corridor,
I got my
right there, you
homunculus.
see the ground itself. It looks like there are like almost like slots in the ground. And as y'all continue walking down the corridor, on this stretch of walkway, from here, from the front to the back, right here, it appears that the ground, not in the ground, but on the side of the walls, on the left and right side, the north and south side of the walls, there are like slits in it, like large slits that go all the way up and down the head to floor, from ceiling to floor.
I don't like that.
So above table, big sigh. Cera, our lovely, she's gonna do a little investigate on those.
Absolutely. Give me that roll. Eight investigation. It looks like something comes out of that hole, those slots.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good,
Sure
good,
does
good,
look
good,
like
good,
something
good.
comes out of that hole. Mm-hmm. It's got to be something thin. I wonder what could be thin that comes out of. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hello?
There's just so many things. So many things.
Do you want me?
Nothing happens as you walk down the corridor, though.
Do you want me to search for traps? Because I can do that.
I was about to say, please just confirm my suspicions.
I am
Yeah, go
going
for it. Roll
to
that-
attempt
roll that
to.
investigation. And then your homunculi, it can give you the help action, right?
Yes, it can.
Oh, nice. So you just have advantage for everything. Love it.
Oh, is that how that works? Damn. I didn't think it was
Yeah,
that good.
yeah. Pretty much, yeah. The help action gives you advantage on any skill or attack roll, so
Oh, shit.
it's pretty good.
Hopeful little
Familiars
buddy.
are pretty strong. Oh, investigation, not perception.
Well, even better.
Hey,
Because my investigate is good.
let's go.
17. It looks like the slots in the wall that go from ceiling head to ceiling, or from floor to ceiling. It looks like this is a design for a pendulum style trap, and looks like blades will swing out from the slots.
Can I figure out like what triggers it or anything?
You cannot, from this perspective, figure out what triggers it. It doesn't look like anything in this room does, or in this hallway.
Okay, stay sharp. I'm not seeing. I don't see anything that sets it off, but
Was that a pun, Brennard?
what?
Never
See anything?
mind.
How is that a pun?
Never mind. Never mind.
I think it was the sharp part.
And then, Sarah, as you progress down this corridor, you notice that, similar to the southern corridor, the holes in this wall, there are holes in this wall, but instead of it being lines, they're like dots, like mini holes.
Sarah just big sigh. I really love having a job that literally forces me to walk into traps. It's great. It's great.
You want me to go first?
No.
Yeah, you're the one running ahead of the rest of us.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and as you all round that final corner, you see a room. The door itself is open, and seated. It's pretty well lit inside this room, and all of y'all can see seated in the middle of the room on what appears to be like a lab bench or a table. At the direct center, seated directly in the middle of it, is a large dragon shard. But this isn't
Don't see.
a normal dragon shard. This dragon shard is easily the size of a football. It's also shaped like a it's carved into the symbol and the shape of a dragon.
That's not
And it's
gonna harm
huge.
minutes or
It's
anything.
massive. Also, because I know this means something to Brennard, it is a Kyber dragon shard. It is dark blue with gleaming flecks rivulated throughout it.
And I
Can't
believe
see
Ky-
anything.
stuff.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Can y'all not see? My apologies. Let me.
Yeah,
see.
I was
So-
trying to get into this
Oh, there's-
room and I could not.
Sorry, that's my bad. Here we go.
Bloop. Hey. All right, everybody file in.
There you are. Yes.
I can't move until I'm
Oh, right. Yeah.
out
yeah,
from under people.
Yeah. I'm trying um,
Here we
yeah. Everybody under the mother hen.
form of a pyramid.
Alrighty, but yes, you see this glowing dragon idol sitting in the middle of this room, illuminated by the multiple lights shining down on it.
Okay. And yeah, so sorry, so was I correct? Kyber are like absorbing things, right? And sealing things. I think.
Yes, I believe. I'm double checking right now, but I believe kyber crystals are mainly used in like the creation of like for like what you're talking about, elemental binding and that kind of thing. So if you're like for example with a train for the lightning rail, they need to use kyber crystals in order for them to be able to bind the elementals into the engines. Yes. Just double checking, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
All right, then yeah. Brennard's
That's
definitely gonna give a whistle because like those are the type that they mine under Sharn in the cogs, and this thing's huge.
Yes. And why don't Brennard, why don't you give me an investigation check as you give this thing a once over?
Yeah.
Anybody else can feel free to perform a perception check too as they're looking around the room.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll give you advantage on that roll as well, Brennard. So while everyone is looking around the room, Brennard, this thing is massive. Like, it's huge. Like, it's solid all the way through it, and it is at least 12 inches tall, and maybe 6 or so, maybe 5-6 in diameter. It's quite large, and the carving of it, it's intricate and ornate. It looks like it almost looks photorealistic. But as you look down at the dragon, as you look at the details, the dragon looks a little off, almost like I highly doubt that anybody except for maybe Cera has ever seen a dragon in person. But there are, there's a lot of anatomical diagrams, and there's lots of depictions of dragons in the world that I'm sure many of y'all have seen. Brennard, this does not look like any depiction of any dragon you've ever seen before. This dragon looks, the easiest way to say it is evil. The dragon, it looks like it's almost demonic, the face that it's making, and the way that its horns are curved, and the darkness of the dragon shard. You get a off-putting vibe from this thing. Cera and Melu, you all don't notice anything, but Ellida, as you're walking around the room, on the back side of the table, you notice a funny-looking locking mechanism, just like in the table itself, like on the side of it.
Okay.
But the dragon shard idol itself is just sitting there. It doesn't look like it's locked in or anything like that.
Okay. And there's a lock back here. A locking thing back here?
Oh, kind.
This is a weird looking locking mechanism.
It's like it doesn't look like it's connected to the dragon though.
And Brennard's still kind of transfixed on this thing, especially since, like, you don't normally even carve dragon shards, so even, like, seeing it in the shape of a dragon, he is like, holy shit, this is incredible. Even though it's also, like, kind of making the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, but he kind of pulls himself away as he's like, I can take a look if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you are you just trying to see what the lock does, or how are you wanting to investigate the thing?
Yeah, on with that.
Okay.
That-
Sure. Yeah. Give me that investigation.
If we can count my familiar, then I have 19.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So 19. It looks like the locking mechanism is some form of security, some sort of security key. And you get the sense that maybe you haven't seen something specifically like this before, but you get the sense that if, especially since the dragon idol is not bolted to the table or anything like that, that if somebody were to remove the dragon idol without the key being in the lock, some security mechanism will activate.
So we should. I don't know that actually. Never mind.
Can I disarm it?
You can try. Go ahead and you would be attempting to pick the lock.
All right, and is that sleight of hand or stealth? Sleight of hand, right?
Sleight of hand. Yeah.
All right.
Do you have? Wait, you have proficiency in lockpicks though, right? Because you're an
I
artificer.
do, yes. I don't have proficiency
you would
in the sleight of hand skill, though.
But I think that because you have proficiency in lockpicks, even though it's using the base sleight of hand, I think you would still get the bonus for
Okay.
that. You have lockpicks that you're using. Right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then definitely then. So plus your proficiency, which would be 3, right?
Plus 2 right now still, so 15
Plus
total.
2. Okay, so 15. Yes. You feel the locking mechanism click into place, and you feel like you've disarmed the security.
Sweet.
All right, awesome. Well done.
Actually, that's weird because I thought I might have had sleight of hand too, so now I kind of want to look through my background and see what I had picked for that because I thought I had picked that.
Nothing else to do now but to get this out of here, correct?
I do one last check on it.
Sure. What do you wanna see?
Because it looks evil, I want to do a religion check.
Oh, fuck yes! Give me that religion. I want that straight in my veins. Hell yeah! Give me that religion.
Okay, hopefully. Oh, fuck.
So
Oh.
with a 9, you definitely nothing comes directly to the forefront of your brain. However, you do definitely get religious iconography vibes off of this thing. It's not specific. Like you don't get like a specific religion doesn't pop to mind or even like a ritual or anything, but you do definitely get the sense that, especially the way that the thing was carved with such demonic, like naturally prominent demonic features, you definitely feel like there was some form of religious intent in this carving.
Okay. Guys, this is some kind of a religious thing.
Is it?
Yeah, you can tell by the way it looks. Like, you see how it's like kind of really supposed to look evil, and also like how intricate the carvings are.
Does it look familiar to Melu in any way?
I would say, other than in the general sense that it looks like a dragon, no.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a pricey piece to use for art. I mean, I guess it makes sense that it would have to be religious because, like, a dragon shard's magic by nature. Just to use it for carving would be ludicrous.
Component for a religious ceremony.
Some idol properties about it, so this is probably very, very important to these people, and also may have some more magical than we realize, probably.
either way, we were tasked with getting it, so
Guess we gotta take it.
Yeah.
Okay, so who picks up the idol?
Will. Melu will.
Okay.
Can I wrap it in something?
And
No, Melu's just gonna pick it up.
oh,
Okay.
okay.
so, are you wearing gloves, Melu?
Yep.
Okay. So as you you put your hands on the idol and touch it, there is like almost like a little spark of energy, of magical energy that you feel like jump to you as you put your gloves around the dragon shard, the shard. The So dragon shards are pretty interesting looking in that they have these like glowing, like these kind of like golden, especially kyber dragon shards. They have these like glowing veins in them, like fracturing through their insides. And when you pick it up, Melu, just for a brief moment, as that spark jumps between you and the artifact, you see the veins inside of the dragon idol shimmer briefly, just for a moment, as you touch it and pick it up. Nothing else happens.
Melu will look at it for a moment and then look at Brennard and say, "It sparkled? For just a second. Did you see it? Did any of you see that?"
Did we?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Was-
These are used in, well, just about everything. And like Brennard like reaches into a belt pouch and probably pulls out like a handful of them, but like none of his are like bigger than a golf ball. That thing, that'd be enough to power an entire lightning rail pretty much. That one's huge. And usually lightning rails, they just have a dozen that are half that size.
What would the Golden Shadows want with this, though?
Oh,
Just
I'm
about
sure
anything.
someone-
The same thing they want with just about anything else they ever task us to pick up.
Classified?
Classified.
Well, they also probably have some end goal with it.
But this could be, you could seal an elemental, you could turn this into a weapon, you could, I mean, like I said, every piece of technology we have works on these things.
Timbo, is there anything that about the artifact that would look familiar to Cera, possibly?
Because you've been doing special research, give me a history check.
Will do.
Well, with a 12, I would say that there isn't anything that rings to mind specifically about like dragon shards carved in idols or anything like that. But there is something like, I think maybe it's like a little bit of a wombo combo between Ellida mentioning something about it being a religious artifact that sparks a memory in your mind of some research that you'd been doing at the Golden Shadows HQ about the Draconic Prophecy, and something about dragon shards. There was some correlation, some tie between those two things, but you can't for the life of you remember the specific tie. But there was something about dragon shards and the Draconic Prophecy.
Cera gets like a thoughtful expression on her face for a second, and then just kind of snaps out of it, and she goes, "We should go."
All right. Melu is gonna try and tuck this into a bag.
Perfect. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have said, Brennard, because you had your magic detection wand out, as soon as you walked in this room, the thing was lighting up like a fucking firework at the
Yeah, I don't think I needed the
idol.
magic
So
detection wand for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, felt a little obvious. Felt a little. All right, perfect. So Melu tucks the dragon idol into their bag, and do y'all just continue? Y'all just leave?
Yeah, that seems like the best choice right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, what else we gonna do?
Yeah, and we need to get outside and check on Talon as soon as possible.
Read.
Yes, y'all have been in here for 20, 30 some odd minutes at this point, and Talon has not come and joined y'all.
Oh shit.
Oh, we gotta go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Alrighty, yeah, y'all gun it out through the door. We looks at y'all curiously as y'all leave, but they won't really say anything to you. They'll just give you like a little wave as y'all escape.
Wave
Y'all
back.
walk up the. Yes.
I said
hell
I'll
yeah.
wave back.
Sarah
Excellent.
gives a little bow and also says,
Yeah.
"Thank you again for all your hospitality. We wish you the best in your future endeavors."
Sounds like we're sending them a rejection for a new job.
Hmm?
Wish you the best of luck.
We will look at the party as they leave, and they say,
Thank you for visiting. Maybe we will all see you again sometime. But all the best. Goodbye.
Hi.
so
A little
y'all
unnerving.
leave. Perfect. Excellent. So y'all leave the way you came up the stairwell. You find that on the inside there's like a lever that you can pull to make the thing activate automatically, and the door swivels open. As you exit, though, you find things are a little different than when you had come down.
I don't like
leaving the
different.
door and coming out the top, you find that there are no more nasty piles of flesh all over the place. In fact, there seems to be just viscera everywhere, as if it had been
Cool.
melted down. But you do see waiting for you is just like an absolute fucking huge amount of bad guys, just absolutely waiting for you as y'all exit the tomb. Let me see. Can you see?
Yeah.
Brennard maybe needs vision
Yeah.
again.
Oh my.
Out of note, oh wait, this is the wrong guy. Of note, you do notice that there is you do notice these individuals that are out there waiting for you. Several folks that you recognize. For example, the Ellida, you mostly recognize Brother Bobby standing to the north over there. You also notice the pyromancer woman from the drone incident. And she is just looking daggers at Melu, like there is like a fire in her eyes as she just stares hatefully at Melu.
Do to
On
her.
the ground, on
don't
the
remember.
ground, perfect. On the ground, knocked out, you see Talon and Fing tied up, and the individual in the front stepping forward, a person you have not seen before. He looks like this.
Ooh.
He's wearing he's incredibly impeccably well dressed. He's wearing fancy clothes, very regal attire. He's got a sweet red cloak. But one of the things that you notice is that on his face, creeping up from his neck, is this massive dragon mark. Huge and aberrant. Twisted and just absolutely destroying his face, and like he's like almost a little too handsome in this picture. He's like the thing has like almost started to cover his entire face to make his face almost unrecognizable, as this dragon mark, this aberrant dragon mark, has just almost consumed his flesh. And he will look at you all, and he will say in a quiet voice, a quiet but commanding voice, he will say, "Give us the idol, and Talon will live. You will all live. This is the only time I will ask. Give us the idol."
Oh,
What do you do?
oh my god. Alina's face. Oh my god.
Melu looks at you all and is just like, the answer has to be no, right?
Of course, the
mean-
answer is no, Melu.
Oh, but what about Talon?
He was willing to die for us. We have to be willing to go for him.
The cloaked fancy man will say, I see you've made your decision. At which point the woman south of him her eyes will flash white, and she'll point at Melu and she'll say, they have the idol. Get them. Everybody roll for initiative.
What time are we going to tonight, anyway?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. We've run a little bit late. This is the last thing. Promise.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I know we've gone much later than I was intending. I do apologize.
I was expecting that to be like, and we'll roll initiative next time, and then you went, we'll roll initiative, and I went, oh, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, we made
this'll
this
be
start
quick,
in
promise.
combat, though.
This will be quick. I promise.
All right.
Okay. Initiative.
I rolled really bad initiative. This is not good.
Damn, Sarah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Did I hold person this woman? I feel like
You
that's
sure
what
did.
happened.
Oh,
You
I
sure
was like,
did.
I
That's
don't
why they
remember what
hate
you
you.
did either, but she is
Is
pissed.
hold. That's right.
Oh, and
That's- yeah.
Ellida, I meant to mention as well. So, Brother Bobby, he is currently wearing a blindfold as well. It looks like he has been blinded and he cannot see.
What kind of near
Oh, thank
automatic
God.
shit is this?
Thank God.
Yeah, why?
Well, if you remember from the session 0,
Oh,
Ellida
yeah?
cast right, and his eyes.
Oh,
was
yeah.
me. I did that. Oh yeah. Oh.
You permanently blinded him.
I mean, cool. I mean, that's good, probably, but like also, oopsie.
That's
You can't
funny.
do that again.
And again, for
Cannot.
anyone who didn't catch who didn't catch our fight with Brother Bobby, use !podcast.
Yeah. Listen to the podcast.
Yes, please. It's a really fun session too. There's a lot of really fun stuff that happens there in that session. It's great.
What a thrill.
Why is it showing me second, even though I have a 2?
Oh, I gotta organize it still.
Oh, okay.
Number
I
two
thought it
for
auto-organized it.
Now you gotta hit a button to make it auto-organize. Usually you wait until you've got everything
Gotcha.
in there before doing so.
Yeah, I was
Makes
just very
sense.
confused. I was like, wait, what's going on?
is
Why am I
happening?
second? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
No.
We rolled very bad and they did not.
All right,
Trouble.
Sarah, what is your initiative modifier?
+3.
+3. I believe that means you're gonna go first. Let me double check though. It does mean you go first. All right. So we are going to take it at the top of the round. The cult fanatics, they are going to. Oh wait, no, sorry. That is.
And sorry, which one is Brother Bobby? Is that the guy with the aberrant or someone?
It's
Someone else.
Brother Bobby is this guy. This guy is the aberrant mark. This is the mysterious stranger.
Wait, which one's Brother
So-
Bobby?
This north one right there.
Oh, okay, because I thought that was the same icon you were using for Talon.
It is the same
Oh.
icon. I can you not see? There should be a little thing. Hold on. It was just such a good icon. I was like,
But I knew they had Talon. I was like, that's Talon. All right.
Yeah. That was exactly what I was thinking.
he's tied up. You can see him tied up on the ground, like back here with his diamond.
Okay.
So Sarah, top of the round. What do you do?
Well, Sarah's going to say, "I don't suppose you'll take a kind fuck you as an answer, will you?" And
What do you
she
think?
steps in. That's what I thought. And she steps in front of Melu, presses 2 fingers to her lips, kisses them, and then blows that at the mysterious stranger. And that is how she Eldritch Blast.
Nice.
Blam.
And a 14 will definitely hit, doing 9 force damage. Very nice. You catch him in the arm, and you tear one of the sleeves of his like very nice outfit. The sleeve goes flying off, and you see stretching down his arm is the aberrant dragon mark as well. And it seems like it's the same one that goes from his face just down to his arm, almost stretching all the way to his hand. It's that large. And you hit him, and it looks like it hurt him, but he also like kind of shrugs it off a little bit. Anything else for Cera?
Assessing the situation, Cera, and she already knew that they were way out of their depth. But Cera goes, "Melu, I need you to run."
All right.
We all need
Alrighty,
to
then.
run.
Perfect. And with that, that makes
So
it.
now we do that.
You're good. With that, it makes it the female's turn. The female draws arcane symbols into the air, glowing with flame, and they shoot them straight at Melu. But they aren't targeting Melu directly. Instead, they target Melu's bag, and they sunder the straps, causing the bag with the Dragonard to fall to the ground.
Oh.
And that's what they do with their turn. Further, Bobby runs up and grabs the bag off the ground.
Don't I get an
And
attack of opportunity?
No, you do not get an attack of opportunity, but Melu and Ellida will as he shifts back 5 feet.
Wait, hold on. He passed right by me.
But it's when they move out of your
your
range.
space.
Right. Yeah, it's
So
when they're out from
moves
the
one
5
more
feet
space
radius.
back, you'll get one.
Yeah, if you were to move like right there, then it would be out of that 5-foot zone. Yeah.
Shoot. I did not take the feat that allows me to use a spell as a reaction. I'm gonna hit him with my axe.
That sounds like a good
It's
idea
not
to me.
it's not your turn just yet.
Oh, I thought you said we got an
Oh, I'm
attack of
sorry.
opportunity.
You're right. That's my apologies. Yes,
It's
you get
okay.
the
I
attack
rolled
of
a 7,
opportunity.
so
7. So the 7 goes wide as you swing. This character, Brother Bobby, despite being seemingly blind, they know where like your swing is coming from, and they're just able to sidestep it as they grab your bag and move away from you. Ellida, you get an attack of opportunity as well if you have a melee weapon you want to use.
Yeah. I'm gonna do. Okay, so with my melee, I got a quarterstaff.
Thwack
Nice,
him
yeah,
with
hit
it.
him with it.
Yeah,
Whack.
I have 2 quarterstaffs. So I have this.
Ugh.
Oh,
And a 5 will miss as well. So again, it's just like he's standing and moving right where your weapons and your staff are just not. And in that moment when he grabs the bag and you miss with your staff, Ellida, he turns to you and despite being blindfolded, looks you dead in the eyes and says, "Hello, fallen one," as he steps backwards. The cultists are all just gonna move in. They're just gonna move in and just body block as much as possible. They're just gonna get in the way. Blue. That's enough. Okay. And then, come on. And then last, it's going to be the stranger's turn. The stranger takes Melu's bag from Brother Bobby, shifts his cloak, and where there wasn't a door, there suddenly is one.
knew it.
He opens it, steps through, and the door disappears.
Damn.
And he's gone. With the bag.
Angry.
Melu, it's your turn.
I mean, there are way more logical things I should do, but I'm going to absolutely cast Hold Person on that bitch again.
Oh, fuck yeah, I love that.
I was
yeah,
annoyed.
good.
That's a, I think it's a wisdom saving throw. Yeah.
17. She makes it this time.
No! Damn it.
So you, what does the whole person look like?
Melu kind of holds up their holy symbol, and there's kind of this tangle of like greenish vines, like glowing green vines that try to go around her and bind her, but it fizzles.
Nice, yes. So as these like vines like weave up from the ground, bursting out, trying to wrap up this woman, you see her like begin to slow, and then suddenly from her eyes, fire bursts out, and it incinerates the vines down to the ground.
Oh.
And she steps free. Anything more?
I am going to move this way.
Yeah, absolutely. Alrighty,
That's
that
it.
makes it Elida's turn.
Okay, above table, would it be worth it for me to enact Radiant Soul?
No, you tell us.
I'd say
Well,
so.
I just mean time-wise, because I don't want to hold anybody. If I
Yeah,
go.
go. Well, go for it.
Okay, then I'm gonna enact Radiant Soul. So, okay, and then I'm gonna pair that with. Let me see. I'm gonna pair it with. Ugh. I'm gonna pair it with Firebolt. We're gonna do Firebolt again.
Absolutely. And who are you targeting?
I'm gonna target. I'm gonna target the Fire Lady actually. If
Yeah,
I can.
absolutely. Go ahead and roll the hit. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Definitely.
Also, if
Okay.
you would be so kind as to like move one space, I'd love that. By the way,
Move, like.
anywhere
Yeah.
that's one space, I just need you to not be on that space.
Okay, I'll move there. Yeah, because so yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me. There's a lot going on in this Radiant Soul thing. Give me a second. Okay.
Yeah, it was basically a you don't gotta go home, but you can't stay there.
A 19 will definitely hit, and it deals 9 points of fire damage, right?
Okay, cool. Sweet.
But as you see the fire like lance into her, it looks like her own flames kind of buffet some of that, and it doesn't look like she takes as much damage as you would think.
Damn it.
Anything more for Ellida?
No, other than that, she's just like fucking divine energy, and
Yeah.
shining real bright. She's got rainbow
Yeah,
and
it just-
corporeal wings.
Oh well, actually,
Looks
make sure
fucking
you
cool.
roll your.
Hell yeah.
Did you deal the radiant damage too?
No.
Yeah, you deal extra radiant damage to one target
Oh.
when you deal damage with a.
Equal
yes.
to the level. Oh, okay.
So she also
Sorry,
takes
I
4
misread.
radiant damage that she can't suck up with that fire shield.
Right. So she would actually take 6 full damage instead. My apologies.
Hell
Good catch.
yeah.
Excellent. Alrighty. And Ellida is floating there in the air, very majestically, being held aloft by rainbows. Brennard, it is your turn.
All right, so I am going to set up my arcane cannon here. So I throw down a log, I pull out my tools, and like as soon as I wipe my tools over it, it kind of assembles into this like cannon with these like crab legs to walk on.
Nice.
And I'm going to choose flamethrower mode.
Nice.
So the flamethrower is a 15-foot cone, so that's gonna hit like bam, bam, bam,
Basically,
hit
basically
these
gonna hit
guys.
everybody.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's why I was like, right, you gotta move.
I gotta go.
Like, you just absolutely have to get out of the way.
So that's
And
6
that's just gonna
fire
be like a-
damage, and it's a DC 14 for half damage.
14 dex save. So the cultists all fail.
Nice.
And Brother Bobby is going to need to make the save. Dexterity. Yeah, dexterity. He also fails, so he takes 6 too.
Nice.
These cultists look pretty banged up from that. They don't look nearly as beefy as the rest of these folks do. And that is going to make it Cera's turn. Cera, top of the round. What do you do?
Cera is going to cast Chill Touch on Brother Bobby.
Nice. Absolutely. Go ahead and roll the hit. A 10, unfortunately, does not hit.
Insanity. Alright.
Alrighty. And that makes it the Cult Fanatic's turn. The Cult Fanatic gives you, Melu, one last just evil look before dropping a fog cloud directly centered on Brother Bobby,
Oh no.
filling the area with obscuring fog. I think it's like a 20 by 20 square foot.
Oh.
So it's just completely filled.
That's all she does.
That's all she does on this turn that you can see.
Making an escape.
Can't get it to the sizes. Bitch. Here we go. Yeah, she just drops this 20-foot sphere of fog onto themselves. And that is the last thing that you see from that individual. Oh, I meant to push this person into the fog too. Or that person meant to come up earlier. Brother Bobby is also obscured by fog. And you cannot see him. As well with these cultists. Despite not being able to see them, you can definitely hear them beating a hasty retreat and just absolutely running out of the fog. It sounds like they're double timing it away from y'all. But yeah, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and call combat there actually, because as soon as they step out of this fog cloud, they're back in the fogs of the morning, and because of that, y'all aren't really gonna be able to see them anyways, because they're running around in there's like a 30-foot limit anyways. So as soon as they run out of the fog, y'all are basically blind to them. They're gone. And I think that's combat. I think that's it.
I'm mad.
Alrighty. Talon is over on the ground. He's unconscious. Talon and Fang are unconscious but alive. Y'all are able to rouse them, not uneasily, but it takes a moment, and they wake up. They look groggy and confused, and they describe how they managed to kill the rest of the spawners, but at that final moment when they were about to come down and join y'all, these cultists showed up and they attacked him and knocked him and Talon, him and Fang out, and that was the last thing that he remembers.
Who even are they? They keep seeming to track us down.
It's not. They keep f***ing us.
Ellida turns off her radiance soul and looks at the ground.
Y'all have had run-ins in with those cultists before, those folks?
Yeah, and it wasn't even related to this. It was where drone. They also showed up there.
Yeah.
I only recognize Brother Bobby, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Though all the other cultists that were in that scene, they were all wearing like hoods, so you couldn't make out their faces regardless.
Okay.
Cera is quiet, but you can tell that she's extremely pissed off, but also contemplative at the same time. And she continues to say nothing.
You
So
don't
y'all
think we have
start
a
to-
mole, do you?
That feels like the only explanation.
Wait, what did Brennard say? I didn't quite catch it.
You don't have a model, do you? With like, I mean, literally everything we do is secret. We were complaining about how little information we had. How the hell did they find us?
Exactly.
And not just find us once. It would be one thing if they knew about this item, but twice now.
Alita looks a little nervous. I might know one of them.
What?
What?
I know one of them. Only one of them. I'm not sure what he's doing with this group, but I know one of them.
You don't think they're tracking you, do you?
They seem pretty
Don't.
after the bag, though.
I meant, like, they were tracking Ellida to find us. But how would they
Maybe.
know to show up then? Or when to show up then?
I don't know.
And how would they have known that we were going after whatever that was that they wanted? Do you know what that was?
No, but it looked really powerful. It wasn't associated with anything I knew about.
Well, how do you know them?
I knew one of them, the blind one, the one that I guess I I blinded him. I grew up around him and around a lot of other people. She doesn't really know where to start. She's just like,
Well, is he family? Is he a friend?
No. But we traveled together. We all traveled together.
So he was part of your group.
Yeah. I may have been kind of a little bit important in that group that I chose to not be a part of anymore.
Well, is
So-
that why they're looking for you?
Maybe, but they don't seem.
This is all. I don't
None
know.
of this makes sense.
We need to get out of here. I don't want to be in the Mournland anymore.
Agreed.
Yeah. Let's go.
We can have this discussion once we get back.
Yeah, absolutely. So y'all start to beat feet, making a quick pace out of the Mournland. When but off your little communication device that you've gotten from the Golden Shadows, your scry stone, your scry stones. Whoever is carrying that, if they choose to pick it up, they will see that it is Zed calling in. Who is holding the scry stone, by the way?
Let's be real. It's got to be with Cera.
Yeah.
Wow.
Team Mom.
So Sarah, yeah, the scry stone is going off, and when you pick it up, it's Zed.
Yes, Zed.
Do you have the artifact in question?
No, we don't.
Zed will raise an eyebrow at that. Did something happen?
We were ambushed by a group of individuals that none of us know, but one of them had a huge aberrant dragon mark.
Zed's eyes will go wide at that mention of the aberrant dragon mark, and they will go, really? That's concerning. And they took the object in question from you?
They did.
It is also concerning. Interesting. I will have to do more research. Communicate to the rest of the shadows to return to Sharn immediately. Something else has come up that may be of interest as well. And then she'll just turn off the communication. She won't say goodbye or anything. She'll just click.
quite well.
We're headed back to Sharn.
Oh, thank
We're in
God.
trouble, aren't we?
I think it's bigger than that.
All right.
Perfect. Excellent. And with that, that's episode 1 of Exploits of the Golden Shadows.
Woo!
Excellent. We did it, everybody. We did
We made it!
Huzzah!
Oh my God, this
Huzzah!
was
We did
so
it.
fun.
I'm excited to know
Thanks
more.
again, everybody.
I love it.
Thanks again, everybody, for coming on and joining me for this very special premiere. I super appreciate it. That was so much fun. That was a great time. I know we're pushing up way longer than I was intending to go. Next week will be shorter, I promise. But before we end, how about we go around and give everybody the opportunity to promote themselves one more time? Domino, why don't you go first?
I am Domino. You can catch me at twitch.tv/DominoRBG. You can also catch me at twitter.com/DominoRBG. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Good
and,
answer.
Melu and Galaxy, why don't you go next?
Okay, so I'm Galaxiebot. You can find me on TikTok, primarily at Galaxiebot. Galaxy always spelled with an IE. I also have a YouTube channel that is just Galaxy, also spelled with an IE. And then you can find me on Twitter, mostly making fun of myself at just Galaxy YT. So.
Perfect. And Mystrich, why don't you go next?
My name is Mystrich, Mystrich. I promise I will get the names on here for next week. But I stream over on my Twitch. I love talking about TTRPG content. I do all sorts of stuff all over the place, though. Yeah, and I don't really have a set schedule, so just watch me whenever.
Excellent. Did I do Raichkyu? Raichkyu, have you gone? I don't think
Not yet.
Raichkyu, why don't you go next?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Raichkyu. I stream variety streamer. If you see Dark Souls one day and then Sims the next is what we've come up with. And then also twitter.com/Raichkyu for some nonsense. And find me on TikTok at Raichkyu if you want to see some videos of my dog.
Can recommend. Alrighty, thanks everybody. And y'all probably know me. I'm Timbo the Wizard. This is my channel. I do variety streams Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and now we do Dungeons and Dragons every other Sunday, starting at 7 p.m. EST. It's a fun time. Drop a follow if this is your first time around these parts. Hope you had a good show. Thanks again, everybody, for coming on with me. I super appreciate it. We'll be meeting again in 2 weeks on the 6th of February.
Yeah, and if you missed any of
Correct.
tonight's episode, the Sunday in between is when the podcasts are going to drop.
Yeah.
Yep. And we also have VODs coming out. You'll be able to catch it. Definitely. It's coming right at you live to your ears from our mouths over the internet. It's great. But yeah, thanks again, everybody.
Timbo, did you want to raid someone?
I'm open to suggestions. Anybody? I see World's Cutest Gamers live. Do we want to raid into him, or is there anybody else?
My other suggestion is Cola the Tamer, because I never get to raid him.
Yeah, let's raid Cola the Tamer, especially since I know that person creates really cool emotes. Like they've got a Guillemot emote, and I think that's awesome.
He commissions them from the same person who did my Gengars, which, by the way,
really?
100% recommend. Go get your emotes if you need emotes done by Goldfish Teeth. They undercharge way too little. Go pay them more money.
Awesome. But yeah, thanks again, everybody. I super appreciate everybody coming out to the opening of the Golden Shadows. We got a lot more cool content coming your way. But thanks again, everybody, for coming on out. Thanks again for all the follows, all the raids, all the really cool stuff. I super appreciate it. We'll be back again 2 Sundays from now. But until then, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weeks. And stay magical out there. Until then, I will talk to y'all later. All right, bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye.